Hello, welcome in everybody.
Hello, hello.
You say hi.
Hi.
I hope you guys are enjoying the music. I decided to use the game music today instead of my background music, which, hold on, let me share that with you, BT dubs. So you can see. And now also something of note that you can't see. I don't know if you can see Doppler, but whenever I Happy Year's Day. Happy Yuri Day, everybody. But it says whenever I open the game now, it does say 18 plus.
Oh my god. I didn't see that at all.
So it happened. We did it.
Yes.
Yes. So at some point I'll have to throw up my little sensor bar, but
That's okay.
Yippee, yippee.
Well worth it.
But before we start, I have a fun little thing to share with everybody real quick. Yes, Thespian Lex!
Thespian Lex!
Whoa! I have a fun little thing to share with everybody. I finally got something back that I'm very excited about. Let me see if I can find it. There we are. All right. And where did I put it?
Felt.
I put it somewhere. It's usually
all of my stuff is all in just one big folder, and I'm like, ugh.
I have a specified folder for all my like important things, but I just have to find it in that folder.
Well, I didn't have that much, and gradually it's now growing, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to start organizing this soon.
Yeah. Okay. Ta-da! Look at this.
Yahoo!
Yippee, you guys have a form now. This is you. This is all of you. You need a Hime. Oh, fuck, you're right. I do need a Hime screen.
Oh.
This is you. Look at that. Here, I'm going to cover myself up real quick.
Oh my god.
Hello.
They're so cute. I cannot get over it.
Cute, right? Aren't they cute?
They are.
You.
That's me.
So these are the little helpers. If you join the Discord, you are you become an official little helper. But of course, just being here too is also perfectly fine. And as I've noted in the Discord, it is your job to go about the world, seek out bits of information, stories, media pieces, any little piece of a story that you can find out in the world to archive. I send you off and you do your own little thing and then bring it back to me and bring it back to the archives. So I thought the concept would be really nice to make you like little dandelions, because I blow you a kiss and send you off on the wind. And you go travel far distances to bring back little informations and little bits of things that you find interesting.
The version of mine is a soggy one.
Yes, I need the soggy ones. And aren't they cute? So of course this is designed by Kadiums. I think that's how you say it. Yeah. Or Caden. You've seen him before on my channel. He's a dear friend of ours that I've said before, we pass him around. He is the expert in drawing little guys. So whenever we need a little guy done, here we are. I actually about as short as I am. So yes, these are you, and I'll put them up in the Discord a little later. But I'm hope you all take a liking to your new form. It might need a little bit of getting used to, but I'm sure you'll be great.
I love it.
So cute. So I send you off on the wind, and you go have fun. Go be free. There we are. Oh, check little helper pointing. Yes, exactly. She's like, whoa! You just look, Miss Taylor, look! Whoa!
Miss Taylor, look what I found!
Look what I found! A gun! A knife! No! So there we go. I hope you enjoy, and thank you so much, Kaden, for doing that for me. I love them
go
so
Kaden.
much. Thank you, Kaden. All right. Where I need to get my atmosphere. Let's see here. Okay. A knife. Oh, okay. Oh, good job. You know, as long as you don't wave it around
I can imagine
too
your
much.
face too.
Oh. Well, good for you. There we go. Give me my atmosphere. Whoops.
Why am I being pinged?
We've been the chats be active.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, y'all are talking.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Is it better to do this or this? Let's do that. Okay. And let's get in here. There we go. Excellent.
Oh, so many things I'd like to get into. Let's go.
Yay! Are you excited?
I'm so excited.
Hell yeah. Alright. It says it on my on the top of my window here. It says Cage of Roses 18 plus.
It doesn't show it for me.
Oh my god. I loaded in the game and I was like,
But, I love knowing.
It's there. I will get, hold on, let me get my sensor screen ready, just in case.
What is our sensor screen?
I have an actual censored screen, and then I also have my Fujoshi screen, which is usually for yaois, but it could also be for yuris.
I think it could be for Yuri's too.
But yeah, I have my full sensor screen. Just
hell yeah.
All right, but those are available and ready. All right, cool. Tight. Let's fucking hop into it. All right. Can you see okay?
I can see.
Okay, perfect.
My eyeballs are open.
Here we are. Act 3. I don't know how many acts there are. Oh, Jesus. I'm blinding. Whoa.
Oh, no.
Turn me down. Why is the overlay like that? Hold on.
So sorry, I got you with my white crayon.
Yeah. Why is the overlay like crazy? Hold on.
Oh my god.
There we go. Well, we'll do. I'm blue because the screen is blue. I know I'm blue. It's okay. It will change. Don't worry.
Blue, My favorite thing is to sing that song in the most sad way.
All right, this is it. Sunday eventually arrived, and what seemed entirely too long. After what seemed entirely too long, and with it came Henny's visit to St. Cecilia's to see Father Dvorak, is how I assume?
Mm-hmm.
Agnes accompanied Henny on this excursion, strolling behind her with a definite spring to her step. Oh, okay, so last time we learned, there's things in the attic upstairs somewhere in Magdalena's house.
Oh yes.
There's something up there. And Lena has been feeding it. We don't know who this person is, but that's primarily what she's using. Oh my god, Micah. I was like, what's our main
Micah's
character?
blood.
That's right. Yes, she was using Micah's blood for. And then on Henny's side of things, we learned that dear old husband has a type. And often employs people that seem to fit this type. Yeah, always getting maids that look like Micah, with the head maid being the only difference.
Right.
Which is like, interesting.
Minecraft villager noises.
And then we also had we had two wonderful, beautiful CGs with Micah and Magdalena. And we saw a lot of bite marks on Lena's arm. And Lena doesn't want to talk about it. Maybe we'll get her to talk about it. And that's what happened.
Agnes told us about Father Deverak.
Yes, and that's
what we're going to see.
St. Cecilia's wasn't so far away from Walter Gerhard's home, and the two women made it to the church's impressive stone edifice in good time. Once inside the building, both Agnes and Henny took a seat upon the pews to wait patiently for the sermon to begin. Oh!
Uh-oh?
I see! That's who this is! I saw them in the beginning.
Yeah.
I see.
Okay.
Interesting. Here. Oh my god, slay. I love this look so much. When the congregation was seated, a man took the pulpit. He cut a tall, striking figure, dressed primarily in black, his arms and legs slender and his hair dark and glossy. Even from a distance, Henny could tell he was a young man, his cheekbones high, his face devoid of wrinkles. This pretty boy we assumed to be Father Deverak.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming.
Henny wasn't sure how old she would place him exactly, but she didn't think him to be much more than 25. Curious, she glanced at Agnes and murmured, "Is that Father Deverak?"
Yes, that's right.
Oh my god, Agnes is so cute.
I know.
She's so cute. I love her so much. Look at this little outfit. Hold on. Whoa. There we go. Look at how cute.
Oh.
I love this maid outfit so much. Listen, we can talk shit all we want about Gerhard. This outfit slays.
Yeah. I like to think that the head maid, what was her name?
Gertrude, I think?
I think so.
Something
I like to think she picked it out.
I like to think so too.
Yeah.
That'd be good. It makes me a little like, to see the W branded on her ascot, I guess. It makes me a little, but, you know, okay. Also, Henny, you're looking beautiful as ever. I love the crosses on her cuffs. Oh
yeah.
God, I love her. Ah! So good.
I like that even with her hair like properly pulled back, she's still got the little bit like escaping.
The little
like,
bit on the side, yeah.
It will not be tamed.
It's so cute. I love that. So cute. I love women.
Let's see. Oh, I'm so glad he's here. I was worried he mightn't be. Then our trip would be for nothing. This is quite the relief. But it's too early to ask many questions. You'll have to wait until the sermon is over.
Will do.
He has such a way with words, though. His sermons are never a bit dull. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
God, slay!
Holy
shit!
Not the hot dog pose.
Oh my god, the hot dog pose. Let's take ibuprofen together. I love this fit. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really good.
Hell yeah, that cross is gorgeous. Where's Ami? Get him in here. This is like...
That's what I was literally like... He showed up the first time and I was like, Where's
This is
Ami
his
at?
flair. He might. Okay, there he is. Yeah. I was about to call. Hey, my love. I'm switching churches. Yeah, this is so his style. Ami, is this a member of your church? Like, that would make so much sense to me.
I really would.
Huh?
Hi, Ami.
Mistrustfully, Henny glanced back at Father Devrek. She was too anxious of a state to think overly much about anything save rescuing Micah. Enjoying herself seemed a foreign concept to the young maid ever since she had fled from Magdalena's house. Actually, this is our priest. That would make sense. Hi. There would be time enough for fun later. Henny was doubtful that the priest would be able to aid her as Agnes claimed. She had thought that he would be older. Truly capable men, the sorts self-made business owners like Walter Gerhardt quoted while smoking cigars in their studies, often seemed to be in their 50s or 60s, with domed foreheads and arched brows. You like that man because he's so envy? Maybe. I just like this outfit so much. I mean, Ebihime does so well. I don't know if Ebihime did the art. The artist who did this though is so incredibly good with like this gothic style. And also I talked about it before about rendering like metal and like accessories and things like that. My fucking behated. These look so fucking good.
It's gorgeous.
Also, I think it's so funny how she's like, they should be in their 50s or 60s and like crotchety looking and old.
Who is this beautiful man?
Who's this beautiful man? Henny knew little about capable men, real as hell. But she knew this, having seen the plaster busts of Seneca and Aristotle upon Walter's desk. Father Devrek seemed a little more than a boy when compared to these ancient philosophers. But this was not enough to make Henny discard his potential help outright. Cautiously intrigued by what the father might have to say, Henny settled upon the pew to listen. She sat in silence as Father Devrek spoke, and as he did, Henny felt his voice wash over her. It was after all, as Agnes said, Father Devrek's voice was a sonorous one, which seemed to fill the church despite not being overly loud, sweet as milk and honey and just as enticing. Also, this music slaps.
Yeah.
Let me know, chat, if it's a little too loud. As Father Devrek spoke, his eyes swept across the assembled faces of his congregation. They were very dark eyes, Henny noticed, a rich brown, which were very soulful and serious. The father's gaze seemed to settle midway during his sermon upon Henny. It seemed as though he was looking straight through her, divining all her anxieties, which made Henny fluster. Suddenly shy, she averted her gaze to look at her interwoven fingers lying in her lap. Also writing this down as a future Alfred reference, absolutely. Agnes had been right about his oratory gifts, but what of his ability to help Micah? That was more important than his ability to espouse at length about God and his many miracles. Yeah, who cares about God? In a church. Henny shifted in her seat as the sermon drew to its close, seized by an uncomfortable anxiety.
Oh my god, Ami. What if
he's a vampire? See, that's what I was thinking as well. I'm like, what if he is a vampire? That'd be crazy. I love that concept so much, though.
Yeah.
A vampire as the priest of the head priest of a church. I fucking love that. Hold on, I'm filling my cup real quick. Give me a second.
you could.
Piss sounds. There we go. Do you want a sippy?
Yeah.
Thank you. Excellent. These damn boxes out here. Go away. Okay. She had tried not to raise her hopes overly much the night prior, for fear of being disappointed, but she could no longer contain herself. Her anticipation ran deep, just like the ocean. If he could not aid her, who could? And he knew of nobody else to turn to. This Father Devrak, young though he was the only hope she had left. The sermon came to a close after what seemed both too short and too long a time, and with it came a general flurry of activity as the congregation began to stand in mass. Most walked to the church's exit without further preamble, while others paused by the pews of their neighbors to share the gossip about the latest goings-on in their homes. Yet a few more stragglers stayed behind to offer their thanks to Father Devrak, who responded with a modest smile. Henny was among these stragglers, though self-consciously she hung back. Doubts had begun to creep up on her, much like shadows. She wanted to speak to Father Devrak, but now she had an opportunity she felt afraid to. She was anxious that all her hopes would be dashed, once and for all, and she would be left with no further recourse to aid Micah. But Henny was a practical woman, and she knew she would accomplish nothing by dithering endlessly. The last of the finely dressed women complimenting the priest dispersed, and the church was almost emptied. Henny stood there still at her pew, her fingers twisted together at her front. Her eyes met Father Devrak's, who looked at her in turn, his head tilted expectantly. It was now or never. Henny would not have been able to forgive herself if she squandered this chance Agnes had given her.
It'll be all right, Henrik.
What? Agnes prompted her with a small smile.
I won't hang around for you. I wouldn't want to eavesdrop. But I'll be supporting you from afar. Please tell me how everything goes later. I'm eager to hear what Father Devrak has to say. I hope he can be of help.
Me too, Agnes, and thank you for suggesting his services to me. I do really appreciate it. Take me a second to get the accent back.
I completely understand. Anytime. I'd do anything to help a friend.
Beaming brightly, Agnes departed, leaving Henny and Father Devrak alone. Henny inhaled, steeling her nerves, then took a step forth. The sound of her footsteps against St. Cecilia's stone floor sounded impossibly, improbably loud, and her breath caught in her throat. Father Devrak? Oh, well. Henny addressed the man once she was a few paces away from him, both hands clasped at her front. Well, I'll probably have you do him since I'm doing Henny.
Okay. Yes.
Father Devrak responded in turn, his brown eyes softening as he saw Henny approach.
Is there something you would like to ask me? I'm always open for dispensing with advice, particularly if it's a serious issue, which this seems to be. Your expression is awfully grim.
Oh shit, hold on a sec. VTube Studio, acting up again.
Yo-oh.
Oh, I might have to disappear for a sec. One moment.
That feels like an awful accent for him that I've given, but I also have no idea. I'm terrible with men.
You don't have to do an accent. You can just whatever feels good.
Oh, nothing feels good.
Nothing feels good. Come on.
I can simply try my best, and that'll just have to do. Thank you so much.
Hold on, is it a driver? Oh, you motherfucker, of course it is. Oh, I should have checked before I started. Does this every damn time.
Oh no.
Here, hold on. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. It's up to date. What are you talking about? Literally, what do you mean?
Shakes fist. These damn computers.
These damn programs. NVIDIA, one day I'll kill you. I swear to God. Hold on. Whoa. Let me do this real quick. Hold on.
Welcome back, Teller.
Oh,
Well.
Huh?
Huh?
Hold on. One moment.
I'm holding
Here.
a moment. I'm holding horses. I'm
For
holding
the
my
time.
pants.
Hold on. I'll just throw up a PNG real quick. Memento Scuff Part 2. Yeah, all the time. Always something.
I love one on my mountain with a little spinning cog.
It's trying its best.
That's all we can do.
Yeah, it's my graphics driver. It likes to just kind of do its own thing. Hold on. There you go. Oh, there you go. You're back.
Yippee!
Am I back is the question? Probably not. Let me check. You can continue reading while I'm working on this.
It ended the
Oh, yes.
stream.
It ended the stream?
Yeah, on Discord. Not the.
Oh, on Discord. I was like, oh,
yeah.
What? Okay. I was like, no. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Hold on.
It's okay.
There you go.
Oops, where?
Okay. Oh, hold on. It's yeah, let me I'm gonna have to I'm turning down the quality a little bit for you. Apologies.
You're good.
Because it's saying it's like your system's overloaded. I'm like, it shouldn't be, but
no.
all right. Okay, can you see?
I can see.
Okay. Oh, is it? I didn't know. Oh, sorry, that is me.
No, it's okay.
Well, sorry. I'm sorry for intruding. I'd never been to this parish before, and we'd never met. You're not under any obligations to help me, but...
No, that isn't true.
Gently the father reprimanded Henny, his cheeks dimpling with his boyish smile.
As a priest, it is my duty to help everybody, regardless of where they might come from. Your birthplace is of no relevance at all to me. I will listen to you regardless, though I would like to know your name first.
Okay, we're not gonna get too fancy. Unfortunately, no mood lighting for me. There we go. I'm back. Hello.
Yippee!
I'm alive. No longer PNG. I'm alive.
She lives.
I live, bitch. Okay. Well, no more fun. No more fun with mood lighting.
That would make it easier for us to converse, I think.
Oh, yes. My name is Annick. I don't come from Oxford, but from a smaller town a little ways away. I used to work for the Volnessen family, and it's on their account I've come here today, Father.
So you were Frauenheimring. Then, I see.
Because I think... I could be so fucking wrong, but Dvorak to me seems like it's either like a Hungarian name or it's like a Slavic name. But I don't know for sure.
I have no clue. I'll be honest with you. And it seems that you are in spot of bother.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm not the one in a bother, really. I'm fine, as you should be able to see. It's my mistress who's in mere peril. I tried to talk about it to her fiance earlier. That would be Herr Gerhardt, but he didn't seem to grasp how serious it was. Dvorak is a Czech name as far as I know, yeah. That was one of the possibilities. Something Slavic in origin. He's not lifted so much as a finger to help Micah, though she was to be his wife. That's why I came to see you. I had no other choice. I don't think anybody else in Oxford would believe me.
Dear me. This does sound quite the complicated situation you found yourself in. But no matter, I shall listen regardless, and I shall do my best to advise you. I cannot promise I will have an answer for all your problems, but I will try. First, however, would you care to sit down? You are shaking.
Oh, yes, thank you. Henny took a seat upon one of the pews as instructed, while Father Dvorak did the same. Facing her, the priest then said,
You may continue. But before that, you might do better to address me as Johann.
Oh my god.
Rather than Father. It's less formal and I find it more conducive to putting people at ease.
Johann, that is also, well, Johann could be from a lot of places.
Yeah.
Could be Germanic, could be Slavic, could be Scandinavian. All the above, kind of.
Yeah.
Is Johann your name? Father Dvorak, Johann rather nodded. Can I address him as mine?
It's easier for people to get their tongue around than Dvorak. I know some people have trouble with it.
So fair. Right. Thank you, Father. I mean, Johann. I love sign. It's my favorite. What I want to talk about.
Oh my god.
It's good. Everybody read the manhwa sign. It's really good.
You mentioned it in the grin. It's literally my favorite.
I think I put it in my I'm trying to get my tongue around it. I'm sorry, my demons. I think I mentioned signed in my debut presentation. It's really good. Everybody should look at it. What I want to talk about might sound ridiculous, but believe me, it's no tongue tale. I wouldn't have come here on a day of the Lord if it was. I don't hold with wasting people's time, no matter what Herr Gerhardt might think. Everything I'm about to tell you is the truth, honest to God. I swear it even in the house of the Lord. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. My mistress, my Micah, she's been abducted by a vampire. Gasp! Silence fell following Henny's improbable, unbelievable exclamation. The silence seemed to weigh thick inside St. Cecilia's, even thicker than the stone columns which support its vaulted ceilings.
I like this expression on him.
Mm-hmm. Henny stared at her interwoven fingers, which rested upon her lap, unable to meet Johann's gaze. She was afraid. If she lifted her head, she would see upon his youthful face the same derision with which Walter had regarded her in his study. If she saw scorn in Johann's gaze, she feared all her hopes would wither and die. It was to Henny's immense relief, therefore, that when Johann did break the silence, it was not to admonish her. He sounded bemused more than anything when he said, "Ooh, new expression."
A vampire, you say?
Yes, that's right. There is a vampire that lives in the forest, Father. I mean, Johann, and she kidnapped poor Micah. I know it sounds batty, balmy even, but I'm not making it up, I swear. Herr Gerhard threatened to send me to an asylum. Back. Yes. Herr Gerhard threatened to send me to an asylum for telling tall tales, but I never would. My mother brought me out better than that. Oh, shit.
Hello.
Hi. My computer is not happy today.
Oh, no.
Oh, hold on.
It froze and I said, oh no.
No,
We're
it's
down
okay.
again.
Stream froze too. Why? You're so fine. Calm down.
It's gonna be okay.
I know. You're so fine. Hold on. Give me a sec. Okay, we're still alive. Oh, thank God.
Okay, good.
Let me double check my streams. There you are. Excellent. I don't know why it's giving me so many problems today. Hello? Are we okay? Hello, chat. We still hear everything. Y'all in the game. Perfect.
Oh, good,
Thank you so
good.
much. Let me go ahead and refresh this. There we go. Okay. She's us. She's us.
Please, we're just trying to look at the ladies.
I know, I'm just trying to look at women. We had no issues the 2 other times we were playing.
Literally.
Calm down. I even turned down the resolution. You are so fine. There we go. Okay, YouTube. Are you good, YouTube? No. No, it's not good.
It's not good.
Oh no. It says too much. You're doing too much.
No, computer, you're just not doing enough.
Exactly. Alright, hold on. P&G while I'm still working on this. Anyway. Herr Gerhard threatened to send me to an asylum for telling tall tales, but I never would. My mother brought me up better than that. Can you still see?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, I believe you. You don't strike me as the insincere sort, and I've no desire to cast any aspersions upon your mother's character.
Is my computer misogynistic? It might be. Hold on. Why isn't my... Am I crazy? No, I am crazy. Why is it not? Oh, now it's not showing the game. Excellent.
No.
Excellent.
It's
Hold
because
on.
we postponed.
Yeah, it's like, how dare you? How dare you? Come on. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Let me save if I can. We could do it.
Yeah.
We could do it. There we go. Jesus. Okay, we'll just full hard restart. And then just in case, I'll close out of here. We'll close out of here.
We're working on it, friends.
Yeah, so sorry, everybody. I don't know why it's like this today. Excellent condition my ass stream. How dare you? Excellent condition my ass. Also, now your Fugi's having issues. It just
Not my Fugi.
Yeah, it's just not lighting up.
My Fugi made by the beautiful Koi High.
This one is?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Delightful. Let me go ahead. Well, let me see if it's a Fugi tech thing or if it's my stream side. Say words for me.
I am saying words through my sunflower seeds. Is it working now?
Well, it's showing on Fugi Tech at least that it's going.
Well, that's good.
It's just not showing on stream. Let me do this. And then I'll do this. Okay, say words for me.
I am saying words. We love a troubleshooting queen.
No, it sure isn't, but that's fine. Maybe I can. Hold on. Let me. I'm going to exit call real quick and then come back. And then I come back.
And she's back.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yippee!
Thought so. I thought that might be another issue.
I was gonna say that line. I hate to see her go, but I love to watch her leave. But I didn't even get to watch her leave.
Let's see, where are you? There you are. So sorry, everybody. We were doing so good for so long.
Okay.
But alas. Alas. Let me check this. I think my computer just needs a hard restart, but I don't want to do that because that would end stream.
Right.
And we don't want that.
No, we don't.
I mean, I've had to do it before, but where I just make a part 2.
Mm-hmm.
But if I can help it, I would not like to. Let me try this. Okay. Anyway, how is everybody doing? Doing good? Don't you love troubleshooting? I hope so. Don't you guys just love troubleshooting? Don't you love it when technology doesn't work?
I love it when technology doesn't work.
How was your day, Doppler?
My day was good. It was slow at work.
Mm-hmm.
I got off. I got my nails done today.
Yes, you did. What kind? What do they look like?
They are almond shaped and they're a nice, beautiful dark green, like almost like an emerald, but a little darker.
Ew.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a older version of my facial tracking.
Hell yeah.
Let's see.
What else?
Let's see if that helps decrease a little bit of the bandwidth.
I ordered new glasses. Those came in today.
Ooh.
Yep.
I remember in our GC you were talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
How long ago did you order them?
Probably about a week ago. It took about a week and a half for them to be made and then come in. So.
That's faster
Yep.
than I thought they'd be.
Yeah, it's not terribly long. I was really excited that they came in today. So, and
What
then
color are they?
I have one pair that is a dark teal color that looks more blue.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the ones I'm kind of getting used to. The nose of them is a little weird on my nose.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other pair is a gold. And
Oh.
those I'm in love with. Oh my god.
How blind
So,
are you?
quite well, okay. So like one eye is pretty blind.
Mm-hmm.
My left eye is like a -5.
Is that
And then
bad?
my yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then my right eye is a -2. So,
Oh, okay, I see.
yeah. So it's less that they're like bad, but the fact that they're too like
Separate, yeah. Two like
yeah,
pretty distinct
they're
separate, yeah.
exactly, yeah. That can cause issues
Mm-hmm.
sometimes. So, but for the overall, it's not too bad.
Okay.
So, basically, like I go into the eye doctor. They tell me, okay, cover your right eye and tell me what the letter is, and I have to stand up and walk over to the E.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. But that's okay. Like I glasses fix it. So, and I've tried being a contact girly. I am not a contact girly.
No.
Okay. I just don't enjoy wearing them.
Yeah, I can understand. I am not somebody who needs glasses.
Oh,
I do not know
what's
the
it like
struggle.
to open your eyeballs in the
I
morning
open my eyes and
and
I
just
just see.
everything is clear?
And I just see automatically.
Whereas me, half the time I'm falling asleep with my glasses on, which I know is bad. So I'm like waking up and my glasses have fallen off somewhere, so I'm like searching through my bed for my
Mhm.
glasses. I'm feeling very Velma-ish. I'm like, I can't see without my
No.
glasses.
If I do, hold on, I'm gonna try something for you real quick.
Okay.
If I do this, can you see? It's gonna be like I'm sharing just my screen instead of the application
Mhm.
to help with bandwidth.
Yeah.
Will you be able to see words, or is this gonna strain your eyes?
Oh no, I can definitely see words. You're
Can you
good.
see fine? Okay. Does that
Oh
look
yeah.
okay to you? Okay, okay.
Mhm.
I'm gonna try that, and hopefully that will help with our little bandwidth issue. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Hello, I'm alive. And
She's
then,
alive.
okay, and then yeah, and now you're working. Excellent.
Yippee! I love it when I work, but not when I work.
No, now work. Oh, hold on, but now this isn't working.
Uh-oh.
Let me get rid of this. We're gonna bring it back. Hello? Why aren't you going? I'm putting it on trying to capture the game, but it just won't capture the game. Hold on, let me try.
Blue light glasses is very important.
They're good.
I have a filter on my computer that lets me filter the blue light like on the screen.
There we go.
So I do that.
Okay, I'm gonna use this tab. We're gonna see if that helps.
But honestly, I think everybody should get glasses because glasses are just sexy.
Nah, actually, I hope that doesn't ruin your vision.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know if it gets too small.
Okay.
because I always have the option to make it bigger on my screen also.
Oh,
My
that's
screen
true.
is very large.
That's true. Okay, and then I think I just need to make you smaller so you can block the text. There we go.
Yeah, gotta get my big head out the way.
There we go. We'll try this and see how it goes. How does that sound, everybody? Just let me know.
Do we sound okay?
Okay. Are we good? Is everybody
beautiful
good?
Again?
Jesus fucking Christ, I'm so sorry. It's always something on this damn channel. It's always something. Every single time. Alright. Anyway, please. You read this, yes?
Yes.
Jesus.
I've never met one.
So sorry. I thought I read that initial line and he's like, I've never met a woman.
Any woman.
Any woman ever. Sounds good. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. I've never met the woman, but I imagine she must be a goodly sort to raise so astute a daughter.
No.
Now, what can you tell me about this vampire? What was she like? When did all this happen? And how did you and your unfortunate mistress meet her?
Oh, Father. Henny was so relieved at Johann's lack of judgment she could have cried in relief. Tears did begin to sting her eyes. She was so very touched, but she wiped them hastily away. Johann did not seem to think her in need of immediate incarceration, but that might change if she began to sob like a hysterical wench. Don't say that. It was an immense amount of self-control that Henny inhaled, then launched into her tale. She told Johann about her journey through the forest with the von Essen family, and how their carriage had been attacked by bandits. She told him of the Lord and Lady von Essen's untimely deaths, and how she had been able to rescue Micah before the bandits could finish her off too. She told Johann how she had run through the forest, Micah in tow, as the fog swirled about them, chilling her ankles and sticking her skirts to her legs. She told him that Micah had fallen and knocked herself unconscious, and she had feared they would be done for. Unable to run away without her mistress, Henny had tarried while the bandits approached, fearing the worst. She had expected to be disposed of quickly, with a knife through the ribs, but the killing blow had not come. A strange, willowy woman, Magdalena, Henny now knew her as, had stepped forth from the fog, which swirled about her, and she soon dispatched these brigands. Such a good word.
Mm-hmm.
Her strength had far outstripped that of an ordinary woman, and as had her speed, she had decapitated 3 men, then faced down the 4th, all without pausing. God, that's so hot.
Yeah.
The sheer shock of this had overwhelmed Henny, and she herself had shortly passed out. Upon waking, she had found herself in a cell alongside Micah, and that was when she was reintroduced to their savior, and also their captor, their tormentor. All of this sounds hot.
Yeah.
Listened to this all quietly. And once Henny had finished with her address, sat back, his expression inscrutable.
That does sound quite the alarming turn of events. I do not blame you for being so very shaken. It is admirable that you were able to recount what occurred to me in so lucid a manner.
Good job, Henny.
I commend your dedication to your mistress, and your desire to aid her. The pair of you must be awfully close.
Yes, we are. Micah is my dearest friend. I've known her since we were both little, and she means the world to me. She's much, much more than my mistress.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. I've been meaning to find a way to save her for the last 2 weeks, but I've not made any progress. I can't find anybody who will listen to me.
They spelled progress wrong. I'm so sorry.
What they spell it like? Hold on.
They forgot the R.
Progress.
There's 2 R's in progress.
Oh, I see. I see. Well, I missed that completely. So I guess it's fine. Progress.
My bad.
No, you're good. I didn't see that.
And that, I presume, is why you came to me?
It is, yes. I was told that you would listen to any problem, no matter what it might be. But if I'm being honest, I'm not sure how you can help. I saw what that monster is capable of. She is no ordinary human.
She's capable of love.
She just wants to love. You possess. It's fine. You. Yes. She cut down 3 fully grown men in only a handful of seconds. That's so hard.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It does sound unbelievable. You are correct, but you've no need to fret about that. I've no qualms in believing that strange, powerful beings might exist, hidden in the shadows that few have borne witness to.
Then you don't think I'm lying?
If I did, I would surely be a happier man.
Real.
But no, I do not. I can believe your words readily. I would never discount the word of a woman in need.
I mean, it's my instinct that I don't trust the parish, but no matter how slay you may be.
As for your other concern, however...
Johann's smile failed him. Frowning now, he recrossed his legs and sighed.
That is a more thorny one. Though I do believe you, I doubt I would be able to confront a creature such as this on my own. I'm only a man myself, and not a great one either.
Oh, what does that mean, sir?
Mm?
What does that mean?
Sir?
what does that mean?
There's little I can feasibly do on my own. So it's rather fortunate I don't operate on my own.
Ooh.
Oh?
Oh?
I have a colleague who I think may be of some use to you,
The other one.
Brown Heinrich. She should be able to help should your plight pique her interest, but she isn't present at the moment. If you wish for an audience with her, you will need to return to this church later tonight, when the sun has set.
Ominous.
I have a feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you can do that?
You're so perfect to me. No, don't talk down about yourself. Oh, yes, of course I can. If you can help my Micah, you or your colleague, then I'll be more than willing to see you again. I might have to wait till midnight to slip out, but I'll be here as soon as I can. You have my word. Johann spoke as though Henny had a choice in the matter, but Henny knew she did not. Johann's offer of help, tenuous though it was all Henny had to grasp. Excellent.
Excellent.
Oh, excellent. Her meeting with Johann concluded. Henny returned to Walter Gerhardt's home, whereat she sought to keep both her mind and her body occupied. Though Sunday was supposedly a day of rest, this held true only in the mornings for Walter Gerhardt's maids. After midday, they were expected to resume their old routine, wiping down banisters, sweeping floors, polishing the silverware, and a myriad of other tasks which kept every moment occupied. The other maids murmured mutinously? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
To themselves as they attended their chores, their malcontent spearheaded by Hermione, but Henny welcomed the work. She was so desperate for a distraction that even Gertrude's sour expression was welcome. It served as a reprieve from her own anxious thoughts, all of which were centered around Micah. Would Johann really be able to help her? It was strange he had asked her to visit him later in the day, but Henny supposed he must have his reasons. She would find out soon enough, she supposed, during her second visit to St. Cecilia's. It was hours until the sun would set, however, And so until then, Henny kept herself busy. She deflected Agnes's curious questions about her meeting with Johann. "I'll explain later," and kept her head down, impervious to Hermione's razor-sharp glares and her occasional whispers of, "Ooh!
Wow.
Ooh, slay! She's so pretty." Oh my god, he has such a type. Gross.
Yeah.
Gross. Why is she still here anyway? She isn't one of us. She doesn't belong here, and she's not trying to belong here either. She never talks to any of us except dozy old Agnes, and what she sees in her is a mystery. I can't stand the way she holds herself, as though she's so much better than the rest of us. Who does she think she is, the Queen of Sheba? She might have worked in a fancy household once, but she's nothing more than a commoner.
Rude.
Rude.
Oh, how cruel she is. She might be whispering, but it's clear she wants you to hear it. She might be pretty, but underneath that face, she is nothing more than a
Say fuck.
a monster.
Damn. Say it. Say the C word. Do you really think so?
Yes, she's so wicked, it makes my blood boil. I don't know how you can stand it, Henrik.
Oh, I've my ways. Henny replied vaguely while wiping down the many windows inlaid into the hallways. She might be an ill-tempered creature, but so are lots of people, especially pretty ones. Wow. I'm prepared to bet that Hermione was complimented one too many times when she was a youngster. It's inflated her sense of self-worth beyond all reasonable measure. Damn, get her. I don't think she's evil, though. She's certainly no monster. Oh, that's so true. Hermione was no Magdalena. White of limb and red of eye, with incisors sharp enough to bite through bones. Henny did not care for Hermione, but she would not deny that she was a human. Even the bandits who had murdered Lord and Lady Von Essen had been humans, albeit amoral ones. Magdalena, meanwhile, was something else altogether. Yeah, she is.
Yeah. Well, maybe you're right. I do think she's a bully, though.
Mhm.
Try though I might, I just can't bring myself to like her.
I think that's fair. I don't like the prissy miss very much myself, but I've suffered worse things than her silly insults. They don't really bother me. This was true too. Henny had long since learned that though Hermione talked a lot, none of the things she said were worth listening to. It was all silly gossip, really. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Talked a lot. None of the things she said were worth listening to. Hermione treated everybody poorly, even the sycophantic scullery maids who buzzed about her, believing that they were friends. Hermione, in all her petty cruelty, seemed not the sort of person who was capable of having friends. She had only acolytes and acquaintances. Yeah, get her ass. Once more, Henny wondered why Walter Gerhard put up with her. Oh, gee, I wonder.
Oh, I'm so confused.
Fucking wonder. But that, she supposed, was largely irrelevant. How many long red-headed maids do we got in this building, huh?
Literally.
Hermione spent that Sunday flouncing about and flipping her hair over her shoulders. Me too, damn. As opposed to doing any real work, which eventually earned her Gertrude's hire. Listen, she's so real for that, though.
Honestly.
Noisy old hag. Hermione cursed after receiving a stern talking to from the housekeeper over her conduct. What's her problem? I swear she has something against me. And I've ever even done anything to her. I think she mean never, but yeah.
I think so.
She's such a bitch. Henny, for her part, rather enjoyed seeing Hermione get scolded, not just because she felt Hermione deserved it, which she did. The narrator is getting crazy right now.
I love the narrator.
What's happening here? The narrators are going wild. Fracas. Fracas is also a good word. Love that word.
Mm-hmm.
The fracas between Hermione and Gertrude had afforded Henny an opportunity to slip a ring of keys from Gertrude's pocket. Ooh. Keys which would be useful when she would have to leave later that night. Yeah, get it, Henny. She only hoped Gertrude would not spy they were missing, not until she had successfully met with Johann. That would scupper her plans. Scupper! New word to my dictionary. And he attended to her chores with bated breath, waiting for Gertrude to bear upon them. Nostrils flared, spitting queries about the thief in their midst. To her immense relief, however, nothing happened. Oh, Jesus fuck.
Welcome back.
Hi. I saw the game 2 stuttered, and then it was like, oh.
Yeah. I saw the stutter and I was like, no, we're going down.
We're going down. Help. Help. Help me. Help me.
Help.
Why? You were doing so good. What the hell? Remember, ladies, if you don't support other women, the narrator will roast the shit out of you constantly. Yeah.
So true. I do so much supporting of women.
I love women. I love women. You know what? You go. You depart. We'll do this. Okay, there you go. Is your little icon not going to cooperate?
Is it not cooperating?
No.
Boo.
Boo. Boo. Boo. Where is... Hold on, there you are. Okay, say hello.
Hello. Am I working now?
No. There you go.
Yippee!
It's me. I have to leave call and join it again for it to reset.
Dang.
All right. Let me get this. We'll get that down. And then you can't see. We're gonna make sure you can see.
I love seeing.
There you go. We were just talking about vision. Okay. This whole time I forgot I had my voice effect on. This is what happens when it's slightly out of my view and not on the table. But I can't put it on my table because the cord is too short, so I have to put it to it's like at my hip essentially.
Damn.
Yeah.
I need all things ever to just be all long cords.
I know. I was like, why? I didn't realize that the cord would be so small. And I literally, this is the only place I can put it right now. And I was like, please. I mean, I could. No, I'm not going to do that. That's too much work right now. I can move it, but that would require effort that would not be conducive to things right now at this moment. To her immense relief, however, nothing happened. The day wore on without further event, and eventually the sun began to sink beneath the horizon. The working day thus finished, the maids were dismissed by Gertrude, and they soon retreated to the servants' quarters. A few of the maids played a game of cards among themselves, while another busied herself with some knitting. Agnes, meanwhile, stole to Henny's side and softly said,
So, now will you tell me what happened? What did Father Deverick say?
Hold on, I'm gonna take a gamble and try to load this again.
Okay.
You? Nope. Okay. We're gonna be a PNG today. It's just gonna have to be that way.
Sometimes that's just how it be.
Yeah, we're just gonna be PNG today. Cause yeah, it's not working. Alright, that's fine. He didn't say what? He didn't say much at all, really. Other than that he was sorry for my plight. He didn't decide on any particular plan of action, but he did ask me to come back to the church tonight so we can talk more properly.
Properly?
Agnes's brow furrowed.
Why couldn't you talk earlier?
He said he had an acquaintance he wanted me to meet, who'd only be around later. Apparently she's the one who would be able to help me.
An acquaintance, is it? She must be an odd sort of acquaintance, if she'll only speak to people after sundown. But I trust Father Deverk. If he says she can help you, then surely she must. He's not the sort to send people out on wild goose chases.
Oh, I certainly hope not. Henny sighed dolorously?
Dolorously? Hold on, I gotta
That's a new word for me.
That one's new for me too.
Then looked out the window at Walter's lushly sprawling garden at the street beyond it. The sun had already sunk below the horizon, and the roofs of the houses looked very dark indeed, almost sinister. I've a lot of expectations riding upon tonight's visit with your favorite father. He spelled it with a U. I was like, look, that's how you know they're British. If he lets me down after all this.
I'm sure he won't. You should have more faith, and so will I. I'll be wishing you well. Not that my wishes mean too much, I suppose. I know I'm just a stupid girl, like Hermione says, but I really do want the best for you.
No, you're lovely.
You're not.
I love you
You're
so
beautiful.
much. You're beautiful.
And great.
I love you so much. I know you do. Don't you fuss too much about what Hermione says. I know I don't. Nothing she says is worth much. How could it be when their head is emptier than a hot air balloon? Yeah, get her.
That's an insult to hot air balloons, girl.
Agnes started to giggle at this, which alerted Hermione's attention. She broke off mid-complaint, the words, "Oh, that bitch," still stapled to her lips, and glowered at the two women stood by the window. Oh, she's awake. And what, might I ask, is so very funny? Would you mind sharing with the rest of us?
Yeah, you're stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's nothing really, Hermione. I'm sorry.
If it really was nothing, you wouldn't have been laughing. And why are you apologizing? You haven't been telling tales on me to our new friend, have you, Agnes?
No, I would never.
She's so pretty, though.
Yeah.
I hope for your sake that you wouldn't. It would be very silly to make an enemy out of me. I might not seem like much, being but a scullery maid. But I have friends in high places. If I wanted to, I could easily make your life a living hell. Please don't try my patience.
I won't. I promise.
This is the most Micah looking of the maids. Ew.
It is, yeah.
Very good. Keep out of mischief now. And you too, Enrique. I don't know what you two are up to, always ducking your heads together and murmuring, but I don't like it. If you keep this up, I'll tell Herr Gerhard about you, and you'll be out your ear. Wait, what? Out on your ear? Oh, I see. I understand. And you'll be out on your ear quicker than blinking. I don't think Herr Gerhard needs an excuse to throw me out of his home. He's been chomping at the bit already. Well, I agree with you on that. You shouldn't even be here. Why Herr Gerhard lets you stay with us is a mystery. If you were pretty, I could at least understand it, but that couldn't be further from the truth. You're so plain, I can't imagine any man ever wanting you. Good thing we have women!
So true. And also, literally the least plain.
Yeah, she's literally the
so
cutest.
Cute, so pretty.
She's so cute. I love her. God forbid people have friends. Your brush with death is your only claim to fame, and the shock of that will soon wear off. When it does, you can bet you won't be here much longer. That suits me just fine. I don't intend to stay here much longer. Wow, shut up. She's the prettiest. I know, she's so cute.
I know.
Henny turned her back on Hermione, and Hermione turned her back on Henny, and the unease which had brewed between them settled, for the time being at least. Sighing, Henny leant her elbows upon the windowsill and looked out at the sky. That's true.
It's true, genuinely.
Plain, she's the only one who looks different from anyone else here. That's so true. The other than Gertrude, but yeah. She'd no desire to be drawn further into Hermione's pettiness. What did Hermione matter when Micah was still shut away in Magdalena's abode, suffering? Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I miss her. So.
Agnes spoke softly, so as to not be overheard once again by the malcontented Hermione.
Are you going to meet Father Deverick later?
Of course. I've got to hear him out at least. Now I'm interested in this assistant of his. Like, I'm so sure that Hermione has a more posh voice, but I like doing that much more. It's more fun. And it just, like, weirdly fits.
Me too. I'd no idea he even had an assistant. You might have some trouble slipping out undetected, though. The doors are all locked at sundown, and only the most senior staff members have keys.
I thought that might be the case, but not to worry. Henny smiled as she patted her pocket, feeling the grooves of Gertrude's keychain through the fabric of her skirt. I should be fine.
I hope so, Henrik. Oh, do take care of yourself. Don't get caught when you're sneaking out, and don't get lost on your way to the church, and...
Don't speak to any strange men. Henny chuckled. I know. Don't fret. I'll head straight to the church once the bells toll for midnight, and I'll head straight back once I finish with Father Deverick. I'll be just fine, so don't wait out for me. There's yet more work to be done tomorrow, and Hermione will lay into you if you stay awake late.
Oh, she always lays into me. Not that she has much room to talk. She's such a hypocrite.
Yes, I had noticed. Try not to pay too much heed.
It's hard not to when she talks so much, but that shouldn't be too hard tonight, at least.
It's like, God damn, this bitch can talk.
Yeah.
It's hard not to when she talks so much. The dialogue here is nasty.
I love the straight dogging on her. It's
This
just
girl up.
literally.
Get shit on. Yeah. That's so funny.
Rather than worry about her, I'll be too busy thinking of you.
Oh.
I can pray for you too if you'd like. If you think that would help.
Agnes. Henny smiled, touched anew by the young girl's concern. Nobody in Walter Gerhardt's residence seemed to care overly much about Henny, or about her missing mistress, except for Agnes.
Yeah, Agnes.
Yeah. Henny was glad she had found at least one ally in Walter's inhospitable household. It was one ally more than she had expected, and it made her feel less alone. Thank you. You're very sweet. The hour wore on, and the maids began to tire. Yawns spread between them as they brushed their hair and played cards, yawns which are as contagious as any illness. Hermione rose from her bed, then stripped herself of her maid's attire and into her nightgown, which prompted a further flurry of undressing. Henny too changed into her nightgown and slipped away beneath her covers. She did not want any of her fellow maids, particularly the eagle-eyed Hermione, guessing at her plans. Oh, she's so cute!
Oh, I love her pajamas.
Cute. And I like how they make, like, her hair still up, but they still make it, like, this little messy.
Yeah.
Like, it's still kind of all over the place. It's so cute.
Though I'd love to see it fully down.
I know. I want to see how long it is.
Mm-hmm.
She lay abed, curled upon her side, and waited for what seemed like an indeterminable time until the room was full of snoring. Once Henny was sure everybody was fast asleep, she rose, then changed once more into her maid's dress, it being the only outfit she had. She changed quickly, under the cover of darkness, fearful of making a sound. Hee. Her heart thumped all the while, and Gertrude's keys sat heavy in her pocket, a physical manifestation of her crimes. Her crimes.
Crimes.
She would be in a lot of trouble if her thievery was discovered. She would be put in the stocks at the very least, and perhaps imprisoned. Either in a gaol or in an asylum. Gaol is new to me, as Walter had threatened. Is the gaol like the stocks?
I guess.
I was going to Google it if you don't.
Jail. Is it just
okay,
another word for jail?
I see. Every day is learning.
Every day is learning.
But Henny knew she couldn't let such threats unsettle her. It was too late to fuss about returning the key to its rightful owner. She had it, and with it she had a way of escaping Walter Gerhardt's home. Gaol is British jail. Okay, I see. You probably mean that like 100%, but that's also like hilarious to think about it. It's like jail specifically for British people. She could not afford to miss her appointment with Johann in the church. Henny was still doubtful whether he could really help her, but he was the only lead she had. It was either him or nothing. Newly dressed, Henny paused at Agnes's bed. To Henny's surprise, Agnes was still awake. Her eyelids fluttered, and in the dark she murmured,
Good luck out there, Henrik.
Thank you very much, but remember my earlier warning. You really don't need to wait up for me. You young girls need your beauty sleep. And you don't need to keep calling me Henrik either. I've always found it too formal. Henny is fine.
All right then, Henny. Stay safe.
I will. I always do. Surviving is one of my talents. Goodbye. So saying, Henny slipped from the servants' quarters. She shut the door soundlessly behind her, without giving the room a backwards glance, not even to wave Agnes goodbye. British jail, that's cruel and unusual punishment. No wonder I haven't heard that word. It's from a less civilized age. Now her thoughts are filled with nothing but Micah, as they always are.
Yeah.
Good. Henny crept down the stairs, then crossed the narrow servants' hallway to the kitchen. Her footsteps sounded uncomfortably loud in the silence, but she encountered nobody during her trek to her relief. She was quite alone. Henny eventually made it to the back door, where deliveries were made. Henny thought it better to quit the house. Yes, quit the house here, where it was less likely she would be uncovered by any passerby out during a late-night stroll. Henny drew the pilfered key ring from her pocket with trembling fingers, then inserted a key into the keyhole. She tried to turn it, but was soon met with resistance. The door refused to budge. Oh, so much tension.
No.
So much tension building. She must have selected the wrong key from the chain. Henny clicked her tongue, then tried another key. This too refused to turn in the lock. as did the next, the next, the next. Each key Henny tried resulted in further failure, which made her imagination race. What if the keychain she had swiped from Gertrude's pocket was the wrong one?
Oh no.
Oh, the music. There were many keys on the chain, all heavy, chunky pieces made from iron. But there was no guarantee any of them let outside. Cold, hard panic now began to settle inside the pit of Henny's stomach. Her palms sweaty, knees weak, arms heavy. Henny tried another key. The 8th if she had been keeping count, which she hadn't. She turned the key in the lock, expecting nothing but... Oh! This key, unlike the rest, did turn, and smoothly too, like butter.
Oh, like butter.
Here with the quips today. The lock clicked and the door swung open, cool air rushing forth to meet Henny like an old friend. Thanking both her lucky stars and her death fingers, Henny stepped out onto the street. She closed the back door behind her, locking it, then set out into the night. Ellsberg's streets were still unfamiliar to Henny, but she remembered the way to St. Cecilia's. She had ingrained it into her consciousness during her trek there earlier that morning with Agnes, lest she should be required to return. I'm so glad she has a good memory, because I wouldn't remember shit.
No.
I'd be like, oh fuck.
I've always been pretty good at directions.
You have. I'm not the worst at it, but I would have to be there a couple times. Like if we're in a new area and we're trying to find like my way back, I'd be like, man, fucking, I don't know.
I have to be vigilant and good with directions because literally all of my friends are bad.
Especially every time that you hang out with Relly.
Yeah.
You're like, goddamn girl, this way.
I'm like, what do you mean you didn't notice that tree and this bush? Like, it was so obvious.
It's right there. Henny had not imagined that Johann would ask her to come back so soon. Or so late, she supposed, as she glanced up at the moon. The moon was not yet full, but soon it would be. It hung above the roofs of all the fine houses, lighting their chimney stacks and the wrought iron railings which fenced in their fine gardens. Henny hurried on, her footsteps echoing about the streets. She prayed as she walked that she did not run into anybody. Not that she would know many people in Augsburg. The city was strange to her, the people even more so. The wind brushed against Henny's exposed cheeks and her fingers, so she shivered. It was early autumn, but it was uncomfortably cold for it. It seemed the winter, when it arrived, would be frigid. Henny had thought little of the coming months, however, being so steeped in thoughts of the past. Because she planned for the future when she knew not how Micah was. Henny's heart beat in tandem with each footstep against the cobbles, and with each monotonous strike of her heels she thought of Micah. Please let it not be too late. Please, God, I'm begging you. Let me find my Micah. If we can be reunited, I'll ask nothing more from you, not for as long as I live. It was fortunate for Henny's nerves, which now were stretched to their breaking point, that St. Cecilia's was not so very far away from Walter's home. She arrived there in under 10 minutes, though it felt longer. Henny had been so entrenched in her anxious musings that time itself seemed to slow to a trickle, Henny's every footstep far too slow despite her hurried gait. Codependent Yuri. Yeah. The stained glass windows of the church were dark when Henny approached it, and the opposing wooden door was tightly shut. At a glance, it seemed to be closed, even to the most godly of its congregation, priests within a bed. Henny hoped that this was all subterfuge, and Johann had not forgotten their promise. Henny approached the wooden doors with faltering steps, more anxious than she had been during her flight from Walter's home, and raised her fist. It was with cautious eyes she glanced about, searching the streets for any signs of life. She found nobody. The streets were not wholly quiet, and he could hear the sounds of drunken revelry from nearby tavern, though the street upon which St. Cecilia stood was abandoned, The shops all closed and the lights in their windows extinguished. The breeze nudged Henny's arms as though spurring her onwards. She looked up to the wooden door which towered before her as though to test her. She swallowed, tasting the cold air on her tongue. Then she knocked. Henny knocked hesitantly, fearful of awaking the people in the neighboring houses. Unfortunately for her, however, the sound of her knocking seemed much too loud, almost as loud as the erratic beating of her heart. Henny waited fitfully, shifting from foot to foot, yet heard no noise from within the church. Was Johann not there? Had he forgotten about her? Perhaps he had simply fallen asleep while waiting. God, that would be me. Maybe he had not heard her. Henny chanced another series of knocks, more loudly this time. She rapped and rapped until her knuckles felt sore, throwing caution to the wind until... Excellent.
Frau Heinrich, so you did come back. I was beginning to wonder.
The door opened with a low groan, and there stood Johann, illuminated by a sliver of... Warm? Juan? Is it warm?
Wayne? I think it's Wayne?
Could be. Wayne candlelight which burned in the church behind him. That would make sense to me.
Yeah.
He looked much as he had during Henny's initial meeting of the man, though Henny thought he was taller than she had recalled. Johann's neat dark hair was parted at the front, revealing a high forehead which spoke of learning, and his brown eyes were soft and gentle.
Yeah, did you know that if you have a huge forehead, you're so smart?
Yeah, well, that was also, I think that's literally where the term highbrow comes from.
Oh, really?
I think I could be making that up so hard, but I think literally the thought about having I wouldn't say excessive forehead, but having a lot of forehead meant you had a lot of smarts.
Wow.
I don't know if it was literal or symbolic, but I think there was something about that I learned.
Nice. Oh, that's me.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
You kept me waiting such a long while. I worried you might have forgotten our arrangement. Hyde Marie was beginning to nag me about it. Not that that's anything new. She teases every chance she gets. Wicked creature that she is.
Wicked creature. That is, in fact, where it comes from. Yeah, people actually believed that back then. Okay, cool. I wasn't lying.
Oh, cool.
Cool. That's what I thought. Because there's also certain, I remember, certain names or etymology is words?
Yes, etymology.
Etymology words, because I'm like, it's words or bugs.
Entomology is bugs. Love bugs.
I was like, every time I do that, I'm like, it's words or bugs. But there's certain origins of names that also means highbrow or esteemed brow, and that's literally because it's being oh, you have such a large forehead that you're so well learned.
I see.
I'm so glad I was right about that.
R.I.P. to those with the genetics that make them seem stupid.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you. It took a while before I was able to slip away. I don't think the other maids would care to know that I've gone off for a midnight stroll, or Herr Gerhardt.
Ah, yes, I understand. We all have our own circumstances. I apologize if I put you in a tight spot.
It's no problem. I imagined you have a good reason for wanting to make me so late, no matter how inconvenient it is. Now, who's this Hyde Marie you spoke of? Is she your assistant?
Sorry.
You good?
Oh, yes, that's right. She's here now to say hello to you. Though I think she'll be rather cross that I took the wind from her sails. Knowing her, she would have wanted to introduce herself. She's really very...
We don't know what she looks like.
Well?
If you want, you can take her and I'll take Johann for you.
Perfect.
You want to do that? Okay.
Yeah.
I only had you do Johann because I was already doing Henny. So.
No, I get it. Johann, have you quite finished talking yet? I'm getting bored. It's rude to keep a lady waiting, you know.
I love her already. Ah, yes, my apologies.
See? Yeah, that's exactly it.
Do come away from the door, Frau Hamdig. It's freezing tonight. I'd hate for you to catch your death of cold. Come and warm yourself. You can meet Heidmarie while you're at it, and then you may tell her all you've told me. I'm sure she'll be interested in your tale. And he thanked Johann, then entered the church, skirting the priest as she did so. St. Cecilia's looked as much as it did during the daylight, with its vaulted ceilings and its stained glass windows. The darkness reared it eerie, however. The rows of
rendered it eerie.
Rendered? What did I say? Rendered?
Rendered?
Something. The darkness rendered it eerie. However, the rows of pews drowned in shadows. Henny glanced about, unsure of who she should be searching for. Then with wide eyes she stilled. The figure had been sitting upon one of the pews, though it rose to its feet upon hearing Henny's approach and curtsied neatly. The figure was a diminutive one, so small in fact it made Henny start. Hell yeah!
I knew it!
Hell yeah! Oh, she's so cute, I love her! Look at those ears!
I know.
Oh, look at those ears! She's so cute! Hell yeah, look at those ringlets! The little bob of curls!
Oh.
Slay queen.
She's so cute. I can't get over it.
She is so tiny. Look at how little her waist is.
I know.
Oh my god. Just small. I love her.
So itty bitty.
So itty bitty. I mean, and not to like, I don't know, undermine you or anything. You're free to do Johann if you want.
No.
Okay.
just
making sure.
No, you're A-okay.
Right. The girl who stood before her, Henny could not think of her as a woman, was evidently young, perhaps 9 or 10 years of age. If she was in double digits, it must have been only barely. Her skin was pale white, even in the flickering candlelight, and her hair was fair and wavy, all ringlets. Yeah! The girl's eyes, meanwhile, were wide and staring. Her irises were a shocking hue which made Henny gasp. They were not blue or green or even dark gray. They were gold instead, and seemed to shine, even brighter than the candlelight. The girl's eyes were even more sinister than Magdalena's. Hell yeah. Oh my god, she's so tiny.
She is.
I was gonna say she's very much like a Claudia. Yeah, there he is. Me and Ami on the same fucking page. We got Claudia interview with a vampire. Is that you?
I have yet to consume that.
Oh, okay. Have you seen there's the TV show and the movie. Have you seen the movie?
No, I have none of it. I haven't.
Okay.
None of it. I haven't seen it or read it.
Oh, highly recommend. You'll love it.
I know. It's on my very long list.
You'll love it. I will watch it with you anytime.
Hell yeah.
Me and Ami will watch it with you anytime. Fucking love that movie. Are you Heidmarie?
Yes, that's right. Didn't Johann say as much?
She's so cute.
My name is Heidmarie, and you are Frau Heinrich, right?
Yes, that's me.
Then you must be the woman that Johann and I have been waiting for. It is very good to meet you, although you don't seem to share my sentiments. Why do you shrink from me so? A grown woman like yourself?
I love her so much.
Don't tell me you're afraid. Just look at how small I am. You've nothing at all to be scared of. Okay, sure. I don't bite. At least, not that much.
If Heidmarie's eyes had not made it immediately apparent, and those teeth of hers, sharp as knives, served as the final nail in the proverbial coffin. Hyde Marie was not an ordinary little girl. She was inhuman. Good God, it was just like her.
Like who?
Like the creature that captured my mistress. You're another monster.
That's rude.
Rude.
A monster, am I? Is that what you think?
Wait, hold on. I want to see them together with
Yeah.
this color palette. This color palette's so
They
good.
look so good.
Oh my God, her flared collar too. Oh my God, I love it. I love that green and red combo. It's so good. I want to see the rest of her dress.
Yeah.
Is it?
I like this like half coat she's got going
Yeah,
on.
yeah, it's so cool. Oh my God. Oh, I love these designs. This is my
Ami.
this is exactly what I think of when I think of Ami.
Yeah.
Everybody looks like this. I'm pretty sure that's true, actually. Ami, you can confirm. I think everybody in your church just looks like this. Did you read this already?
Well, yes.
Okay. Anne-Marie surveyed Henny, her smile unwavering. Yes, LMAO. Okay. Thought so. Holding one hand beneath her chin, the young girl tilted her head and said,
I suppose I should take offense, but that might not be entirely accurate. To a human like you, I probably do seem like a monster. I won't deny I'm capable of some rather wicked things. But Johann keeps me on a tight leash.
ooh.
He'll be the first to tattle on me should I step out of line. To his superiors in the church, and then I'll be in trouble.
This is so funny. Literally, this is Ami, this is you. This is literally his lore.
That's so funny.
That's so funny. We're just telling his story right now.
If anybody knows how to strike fear into the hearts of nigh on immortal, it's these boring men in their clerical robes.
Then, does that mean you really are a vampire?
Naturally. How many ordinary humans do you know with eyes as bright as mine, or teeth as sharp? I was a human once upon a time, but that feels a very, very long time ago now. I doubt the vampire you've a quarrel with. Oh, don't look so shocked. Johann told me all about it. Can hold a candle to me. I've been alive, if you care to call it that, for... Oh, I don't know. I've lost count. Mathematics has never been my strong suit, and it's been such a long time since my mind fails me. I think it must have been at least 400 years at this point, though.
Nice. 400? It has been about that long, yes. Hyde Marie is prone to exaggerating, but she's being truthful on this score. She is an ancient vampire, one of the oldest, or so the church believes, in all Europe.
Tut.
She's so cute.
Her little pout.
No. Hyde Marie clicked her tongue.
It's not polite, you know, to talk about a lady's age in so cavalier a manner. If we didn't have a guest over, I'd bite you for your insolence, Johann.
Oh yeah, the church got a vampire. And it isn't polite, strictly speaking, to threaten people that you disagree with. Not that you ever cared about minding your manners.
I care enough not to terrify our poor guest out of her wits, though I am afraid my attempts at
Magnanimity
are not working. She's shaking like a leaf. Are you alright, Frau Heinrich? You're about to faint, aren't you? I know this must be an awful lot to swallow.
A lot to swallow is right. This is impossible. If you really are a vampire, then what are you doing in a church? Then why are you acting so familiar with the father?
Oh, dearie me. Why could that be, I
I
wonder?
love her.
Why don't you let me elucidate, Fraulein? I may be a vampire, and an ancient vampire at that, but I'm no mindless monster who can think of nothing but her next meal. I've had my fill of screaming humans and flowing blood, so you can rest easy. I've tasted blood better than yours in the past, I'm certain of that. I've drunk so much of it, in fact, I've just about gotten sick of it. Which is for the best, I suppose. If I'd kept up my rampaging ways, the church would have seemed to me like that.
Once you get to a certain age in your vampirism, it's no longer a hard necessity, the need for blood.
Right.
Which I love that. I love that bit of lore. Hyde Marie made a gesture now against her neck, one which signified execution.
I've been working for the church for over a century, my servitude in exchange for my continued life, and I've curtailed my bloodlust accordingly.
Yeah, the church got a vampire.
I sup only on those whom I have permission to feed on, namely, the lucky members of the clergy who have been tasked with taking care of me.
Lucky indeed.
I'll only bear these fangs of mine for Johann.
Wow! Oh my god!
Does that satisfy your concerns, Fraulein?
Well...
Oh, please.
Hyde Marie snorted.
Don't tell me that you're still afraid. What cause do you have to flee from a collared dog tied to a post?
I love this. This is my favorite trope.
Yeah.
Just like a little pet vampire. Hyde Marie is telling the truth. She has a lot of bark, but no bite. He's a little blood bag. I'm hard. Well. Johann chuckled softly. Her bite is rather formidable, but I'm the only one who has to suffer its consequences. You will be perfectly safe. Wow. I understand that you might fear her, but I've worked with her for almost 4 years, and she's never once given me any trouble. Beyond her tendency to answer back, that is.
There, you see? I'm as good as gold. Why, my heart might even be as pure as a saint's.
I don't know if I'd go quite that far. Most saints don't have pasts as bloody as yours. Most, but not all.
It's true. But it is all in the past, Johann. Well and truly. Almost 2 centuries in the past, in fact. I've helped the church hunt down many, many vile vampires, and I've saved scores of screaming virgins. I've done more than a lot of your silly Christian saints ever did, martyring themselves for no good reason.
Yeah, get 'em, girl.
At least I actually get things done.
Yeah, get 'em. Why would the church send a vampire to fight other vampires, though? It makes no sense. It makes the most perfect sense, actually.
Yeah, like, literally. Doesn't it?
Yeah. Hyde Marie raised an eyebrow.
Do you know what they say, Fraulein, about fighting fire with fire? The same holds true here. We vampires are a formidable race, with unparalleled strength and speed. Johann would stand no chance against a vampire, being a bumbling human of limited physical strength, but I can make short work of the wicked knight. Of the wicked Nightwalker who has kidnapped your mistress. Of that, I promise you.
Would you really be able to do that?
It's well within my abilities. My past record ought to speak for itself.
When it comes to hunting vampires, Hyde Marie is second to none. If you wish to rescue your mistress, we must rely upon her. I know you might find her disagreeable, but she's more trustworthy than she appears. She really has been an indispensable ally to me.
Why, Johann, you flatter me. If you continue to be so complimentary, I may have to reward you in
Oh
return.
my god.
Would you like me to bite you, just a little? I've heard some people find it therapeutic.
I love her. Oh, do behave yourself. What happened to try and make our guests feel welcome? Johann tutted, then turned back to Henny. So what do you think? Will you consent to letting Hyde-Marie help you? Well,
You'll say yes if you really love your mistress, no matter how many misgivings you might have. You can spurn me if you wish. You wouldn't be the only one, but you'll only be hurting yourself in the long run. You shouldn't cut your nose off to spite your face, Fraulein, even if it is rather lumpy.
It's cute!
You need me more than I need you.
She has the cutest, roundest little button nose.
She does.
I don't... I mean... Henny stood still for several moments, dithering, her heart hammering like a war drum within her breast. She hadn't imagined that Johann's acquaintance might be another vampire, one who seemed even more fearsome than Magdalena. It was a lot to take in. She was still reeling, hurt by Johann's lack of transparency, stung by Hyde-Marie's impish words, and, yes, afraid to be in such close proximity of yet another godless creature. Up until 2 weeks prior, Henny had not known vampires existed. Now she had learned to fear them. Looking at Hyde-Marie made Henny's blood run cold, but so too did the memory of what Magdalena had done to those bandits. It was impossible that a human could contend with such strength, but Hyde-Marie was not a human. As a fellow vampire, perhaps she could overwhelm Magdalena. It was worth a try, at least. Anything was, for Micah's sake. She's doing great, though. Just saying.
Yeah.
All right. I'm prepared to trust you, Hyde-Marie, despite my misgivings. I will leave my mistress's safety in your hands.
And what capable hands I have. So fair and slender, like two lovely lilies.
She's just like Claudia.
Yeah.
I love her so much.
Thank you for your vote of confidence, Fraulein. You're most kind.
Hyde-Marie took her ornate skirts in both hands and dropped a curtsy.
I would be more than happy to assist you with your little problem. It's been a while since I went on a hunt, and I've been fitfully bored.
Fitfully?
But before that, however, I would propose a plan.
What sort of plan? Will you not go to rescue Micah?
Of course, but tonight would be a poor time for it. My services haven't been required in quite some time, and I've been spending most of my time sleeping to conserve my energy. I need a few days to rejuvenate. And no small amount of blood.
Hyde-Marie looked to Johann, then grinned unpleasantly, as a gargoyle might.
I hope you're prepared. It would be most unfortunate for all of us if you were to collapse upon me.
I love this so much.
Yeah.
You're concerned about me? How kind of you. That makes quite the change from the usual. You needn't worry about my resilience, however. I'll be quite alright. Oh my god. Should I leave? Like, do y'all need a second? Oh my god.
Ha! That's what I like to hear.
Wow.
You religious men might be boring, but at least you're strong. You're no strangers to suffering, I'll grant you that.
This is crazy what's happening in front of my eyes right now. Holy shit. I mean, I can go. If y'all need a moment, I can go.
Like, this is not what I was expecting, but I'm all here for it.
So here for it. Hell yeah. The Lord does send us these trials to test us.
Lord, I am being tested tonight.
Lord. He's like every day with this girl. Lord, I'm being tested. Johann smiled wryly while Heidemarie scoffed.
Yes, but it won't be your precious lord who's going to make a meal out of your neck, you dingbat.
You can be so cruel sometimes.
I used to be crueler. I'm afraid I've lost my edge spending so much time with you. You're a terrible influence.
I love this.
Yeah. Now, we shall pursue this wicked vampire in 1 week's time, upon the night of the full moon. My powers should then be at their peak. None should be able to stop me.
They do say that pride comes before a fall, you know.
To lesser mortals, perhaps, but not to me. Since when have I ever failed my duties?
I suppose you have a point there.
I always do.
Smiling smugly, in the manner of all young children who had successfully managed to outwit an adult, Heidemarie looked back to Henny, one hand resting upon her hip.
I shall bid you auf Wiedersehen for the present, Fraulein. Oh. Auf Wiedersehen. For the present, Fraulein. The hour is advanced, and while we vampires thrive in the dark, you humans need your rest.
Obviously, they're Germanic, but I cannot keep up a German accent.
Do not be a stranger, though, I beg of you. I will require your services then when the appointed day comes, so you can guide me into the woods to the abode of this vampire.
I kind of love that a little more, that she's like a little German girl.
Yeah.
She's a little German girl.
I'm trying so hard.
No, it's okay. I could not keep up a substantial German accent. It would fall away so quickly.
Honestly, I didn't even know if I was doing German. I said, I'm gonna pick something and go run with it.
We're gonna go with it. It's fine. Accents can be hard.
Yeah.
Do you need me to stick around then?
Isn't that what I just said? Do try to listen. We'll never get anywhere if I'm obliged to continuously repeat myself.
Worry not, please. I'm sure you must be nervous wandering into the woods so late at night, but you will be quite safe. I'll be with you too to ensure that Heidemarie doesn't get up to any mischief.
As if I would. You wound me, Johann.
You wound me. Heidemarie pouted, but it seemed put on, too theatrical to be heartfelt. Did Heidemarie even have a heart in her possession, tucked away inside her ribcage, which continued to beat?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Wouldn't you like to know? Henny wouldn't have been surprised if the ravages of time had turned it to dust.
Wow.
Wow.
This vampire's abode will most likely be concealed from prying eyes, with some sort of glamour. If you're able to bring me to the rough location, however, I should be able to see past all her trifling enchantments. This silly little vampire will be in for quite the rude awakening indeed.
No, little German girl. Don't go into the church as a vampire. Oh my god.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look of surprise on her face until I slice it off her skull.
This church is filled with content seven.
This is going to be so much fun.
Henny's nerves were disorderly as the cargo hold of a mercantile ship during a storm as she crept through Augsburg's streets, blanketed in the inky darkness. The sounds of her footsteps on the cobblestones seemed to echo through the dark night which she navigated. Henny could hear the faint sound of revelries in the distance as swaths of drunken men consorted in the alehouses, but Henny kept her distance. Good, you don't need to be around men. She had no desire to speak to anybody at the present, particularly not leery, overly talkative soused with beer and ciders. Sorry, those two words went after each other. I was just like,
right.
whoa. talkative soused. Henny thought it inappropriate that public houses should be open during Sundays at all, when it was supposed to be a day of rest. But she had little room to judge. She too had spent her Sunday running errands, but said errands had been of a clerical nature. She had spent the midnight hours in a church consorting with a priest. Could be more respectable than that, of course. There was Hyde Marie to consider too, Henny supposed, but she wasn't sure what to think about her. I love her.
Yeah, me too.
Whoa! Look at her little skirt.
Oh, how cute.
I love her little puffy skirt. Oh, she's so cute.
Love.
I love her so much. I love how her hair is rendered. Oh, she's so pretty painted.
Oh.
Her small little face. She's so cute. I love spending Sunday at the public house. Yeah. Hyde Marie was a strange, unnerving creature, one whose existence seemed to spit in the face of God himself. Love that. Henny could recall with startling clarity the stark paleness of Hyde Marie's skin and her unnerving irises, gold, just like fields of wheat or expensive jewelry. So, and it's particularly that kind of like rose gold too. That's so pretty.
Yeah.
I love how it looks. And of course, the touch of the little red under the eyes. That's my favorite.
Always.
Yeah.
You literally can't go wrong with it. It's so funny. I thought about that the other day. I started Monster Hunter Wilds, and I put that on my character. I said,
"Oh my god, yeah,
Tyler
absolutely."
would be so proud of me.
I am proud. It's my favorite design choice. I do that all the time whenever I put my makeup on and I go out anywhere, and I'm like, I at least have to have just like a little red under the eyes.
Just a little.
Though Hyde Marie was much smaller than Magdalena and very clearly younger. Well, they must have been cut from the same cloth. Two alike monsters with unalike professions. Magdalena kidnapped ladies for sport. Oh, I wish. And drained them of their blood.
If only you knew.
Oh, if only. Hyde Marie, meanwhile, seemed determined to help them. Well. And he was unsure whether she could trust Hyde Marie, but her knowing smile had been disconcerting. But she did trust Johann. He appeared to be every inch the gentleman Agnes had told her, even-tempered and eager to help. If he could keep Hyde Marie in hand, then perhaps they really would be able to find and rescue Micah. That was what Henny wanted to believe. She did not like to think that her efforts to help Micah were all in vain, nor that she was too late. Henny knew she could not discount the possibility. It had been over a fortnight since Micah had been taken a prisoner. Fortnight?
Oh my god.
Neither did she want to dwell upon it. I love them. She had allies now, though she had found them in an unlikely place, and things soon would be set into motion. With Hyde Marie and Johann's help, she would venture forth into the woods, and she would find Magdalena's home once more. There they would confront the wicked vampire who had imprisoned Micah, and they would save her. Like a fairy tale, everything would end happily ever after. Though the fairy tales Henny's mother had told her as a child had rarely ended like that. The fairy tales imported from France, oh yeah, such as Cinderella, had ended cheerfully enough, with goodness reigning triumphal? Is that a word?
Yeah.
Not just like triumphant?
I guess it's similar.
I guess so. And royal weddings. But the homespun tales which originated in German soil, yeah, prove a less cheerful bent. They sure fucking are. Those tales have been full of dead or dying children, basins full of body parts and heads lopped off. So true. The Germans are crazy. And he shivered as the cold wind nipped her fingers. No, she would not think of that. Micah wasn't dead. She couldn't be dead. No, she's doing great. If she lost faith in Micah now, she would be no better than Walter. He had given up on his fiancée earlier than most rakes might have, but Henny would not. She had known Micah since they had been children, and she believed, by God, how earnestly she wanted to believe, that Micah still lived. Micah might have appeared frail, but she was not the sort to simply give in. She had more panache than her pale complexion would have credited.
That's a word I like a lot.
Panache, I like that word too.
Yeah.
That was why Micah and her mother had always been at loggerheads. Another fun word. Lady Von Essen had not known what to do with her child, who had been so infuriatingly willful. Lady Von Essen had thought that Micah's stubbornness was a defect, but Henny had always thought otherwise. Henny loved Micah for her fierceness, for her fieriness. She would always accept her mistress, though her parents and later her fiancé had not. That was why she meant to try so hard for Micah's sake. She would do anything to ensure her mistress's safety, even lacerate her soles upon a sea of broken glass. It was not glass, fortunately, which Henny had to navigate, but cobblestones, and they were far less precarious. Henny stole away to Walter Gerhardt's house, which looked larger and more imposing than ever in the shadows. She then crept about to the back door, where the servants entered and exited. Unseen by all save the watchful moon, Henny slid her ill-gotten key into the lock and twisted it. The door soon gave way, swinging open, and Henny stepped inside. Now she's got to make it back to the bed.
Oh no! I'm like gripping the armrest of my chair.
She locked the door behind her, stashed the keys away in her pocket, and removed her shoes, lining them up alongside those of her fellow maids. Quiet as an assassin, she crept through Walter's house. She navigated the kitchens and the servants' corridors until she came to the thin ribbon of oaken steps which led her to her own quarters. During her nighttime wanderings, Henny met with no opposition. It was past midnight, and Walter's household was at rest, the magic of sleep infused into its very eaves. Even Gertrude, who was alert during the day, would now have been lying in her private quarters in her nightgown, dreaming of whatever it was housekeepers dreamt of, barking orders and making the scullery maids cry, most likely.
Damn.
Henny knew that Gertrude would be less than impressed when she discovered a set of her keys had gone missing. Henny would have to finagle some way of returning them. Finagle, also love that word.
I love that word.
Notice when the sun rose. But that could wait for later. Henny had more pressing concerns weighing upon her. She crept across the hallway, praying for the wooden floorboards not to creak or to give her away. She did not think Gertrude would take kindly upon knowing she had been skulking about at night, or Walter for that matter. Henny could hear Walter's officious tones now as he lounged in his escritoire?
Yeah.
Master of all he surveyed.
Hey.
Hey you. I take you into my home, and this is how you repay me. Sneaking out at odd hours like a common thief and stealing from Gertrude as you please. Have you no shame? I've tried to be patient with you, Frau Heinrich, but this is the final straw. I want you gone from my house as soon as possible, before you have chance to infect any of my other maids with your lousy conduct.
Yes, Henny thought. That sounded about right. Something was missing from her phantasmal summoning of Walter Gerhardt. She hadn't peppered his speech with nearly enough Latin.
That's good. That's really good.
That was funny.
I wish I remembered my Latin knowledge to add on to that, but it's drawing a blank. That's so funny.
Smiling to herself, Henny let herself into her room and sank upon her bed with a sigh of relief.
She did it! She made it!
Go, your uniform.
Oh yes, change now!
She had returned from her midnight rendezvous in one piece, and Walter Gerhardt's household was none the wiser. The other maids were all abed in their nightgowns, fast asleep. Hermione was turned over on one side. Her copper-colored... See, another you. Her copper-colored hair spilled across her pillow. Sorry. Are you drinking something?
Sunflower seeds.
Oh, I see. Her colored.
Lord.
Mm-hmm. Spilled across her pillow while Agnes was snuffling softly like a field mouse, her fingers curled at her side. Henny smiled at Agnes fondly, appreciative of all her aid. Then she prepared herself for bed. Henny stripped off her clothes, accompanied by the sound of 6 girls all snoring, and changed into her nightgown.
I think Henny and Agnes should kiss at least once.
It's unfortunately Agnes is like 15, I think.
Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
No, otherwise I would agree
I
with
take
you.
it back.
No, it's okay. Otherwise I would agree with you. But they stated that she was very young. But yes, I agree. Newly dressed Henny slid. Right now she can at least give her a little kiss on the forehead.
Right.
That would be very nice. On her little button nose. Newly dressed Henny slid beneath her covers. They were cold and icy against her bared arms and legs. Oh, scandalous. She shivered. Henny turned, hoping to sleep, all while fearing it was impossible when...
Henny?
A voice called out to Henny in the dark, soft and girlish, only barely audible above the sound of snoring. We should all give her a little kiss on her nose. I agree.
So true.
It was Agnes. Henny thought her asleep, but she must have been more cunning than Henny had given her credit for. That or her changing has roused the girl from her uneasy slumber. Oh, Agnes. I thought I said you didn't have to stay up for me.
I know you did, and I did try to sleep. Really, I did. But I couldn't. You took such a long time. And I was afraid you wouldn't come back.
Listen, you're busy. We met the best people in the world.
That's right. The streets of Augsburg are so twisty and turny, and it's even worse in the dark. It gets scary out there when it's so late. I knew you'd be safe with Johann, but on your own?
Agnes bit her lower lip.
I'm glad you didn't get in any trouble. You didn't get into any trouble, did you?
No, I didn't. As you can see, I'm quite alright. I kept my head down and my feet moving, and I didn't stop to talk to any strange men, other than Father Devrak at the church. Do you suppose he counts?
He is quite unusual for a priest, yes, but I'm very fond of him.
Me too. I think you might be onto something there.
So what did he say? Did he agree to help you find your mistress?
Hell yeah. Henny nodded. He said it would be possible, but first he asked me to wait a few days. He said we'd have better luck rescuing Micah, that is to say my lady, when the moon is full. I can't say why exactly, but he seemed to know what he was talking about.
Father Deverick always does. He knew just what to say to my mother when she was at her worst, too. She was in such a bad way, I thought she'd never get better. But Father Deverick proved me wrong. He really can do the impossible, just you see. I'm sure he'll be able to rescue Lady Micah.
I'm sure he will. He's the professional when it comes to all these supernatural goings-on, or so it seems. So I'll leave it up to him. And his assistant, I suppose.
Oh yes, his assistant. You mentioned her earlier. What was she like?
I love her. An absolute
Fantastic.
It's hard to describe her. I suppose she was very unusual.
Unusual?
She wasn't at all what I had expected. I think I can trust her, though.
I'm glad to hear it.
She asked me to guide her and Father Devrak into the woods, actually, to help them locate Micah.
So you're going back into the forest after everything that happened?
I have to. If I want to rescue Micah, I don't have much of a choice.
I suppose, but aren't you nervous? I would be, ever so. I don't know if I'd be able to bear it.
I'm sure it will be fine. Annie said lightly, though in truth she didn't feel fine. She had many unpleasant memories attached to that forest, memories she would far rather forget. It had been in those woods that Lord and Lady Von Essen had lost their lives, and he could still recall Lord Von Essen's rasping, dying breaths, Lady Von Essen's screams. There had been flashes of blade, and then... I won't be alone. I'll be with Father Devrak. He promised to protect me. Father Devrak can do anything, remember? Isn't that what you said? He's a miracle worker.
I suppose so, yes. I know what magic he is capable of. But oh, Henny, please look after yourself. I would hate for you to get hurt after all you've been through. I think you've suffered enough.
Don't worry, Agnes. It'll take more than a few bandits to put the fear of God into me, or a few vampires for that matter. They can't scare me. Or, well, they can. Annie corrected herself, seeing the doubt in Agnes's eyes. But I won't let them get to me. Micah endured a lot for my sake, and I, as her maid, want to do the same for her. I'll do anything to see her again.
You'd really be willing to go that far?
Of course I would. Micah's the most important person in the world to me. Her happiness is my happiness. The thought of facing that inferno vampire is scary, but it's less scary than the thought of never seeing her again. I just want to know that she's all right. There's nothing in this world I want more than that. There's nothing I won't endure for her sake.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she's doing great, don't worry.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
Oh, we're time skipping? Hell yeah. Another week passed. A week which for Henny was spent in anticipation for the full moon, which when she would travel once more into the woods with Johann and Heidemarie. For Micah, however, this week seemed very uneventful indeed. Oh, we are back. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Magdalena had continued to drain Micah of her blood in the nights, with her silvery knife and the ceramic bowl used to catch her blood. They talked a little during these sessions, though their dialogue was always clipped, Micah wincing from the pain, while Magdalena winced at inflicting it. Magdalena had stopped sitting with Micah when she ate her dinner, and their turn in the garden seemed a thing of the distant past. Micah feared their relationship would continue thus, stoic and uninvolved, save for the regular bloodletting, until one overcast Wednesday morning when Magdalena again brought Micah her breakfast in person. Magdalena had been depositing Micah's breakfast upon her bedside while she slept during the last few days, as she had when Micah first took upon her unwilling residence in Magdalena's home. My eyes were going faster than my brain was
Oh,
catching
yeah.
up. And I was like, whoa, hold on, reset.
Like, wait a second.
Yeah. She had thought Magdalena's early morning greetings had been a one-off, not to be repeated. Evidently, she had been wrong. Oh my god, hey!
Yeah!
Lena, have you been giving her cookies and orange juice for losing so much blood? I hope so.
I hope so.
A half-asleep Micah was roused by a rapping of knuckles upon her door, which then swung open to reveal Magdalena, pale of face and of hair, her under eyes dark and smudged as though with pencil lead. Magdalena bore in her hands a tray upon which a pot of tea and a plate of 2 buttered scones. Delicious. Here you are, my lady. Magdalena rested the tray upon Micah's lap, who sat in bed, with an exaggerated flourish, then a neat curtsy. I hope today's breakfast finds you well.
Oh, thank you. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Do I need a reason to check in on my favorite prisoner? I thought only that it had been a while since I had paid you an unexpected visit, and it would do well to keep you on your toes. I would so hate for us to fall into a routine. They're awfully dull. You may accuse me of being cruel as much as you want, but I can't bear the thought of being called boring. God, I love her so much.
Me too. Oh, you were anything but that.
I love that both the vampires are like small
Yeah.
compared to their counterparts. Like, obviously Hyde-Marie is very, like, incredibly so, but it's also noted how Magdalena is also shorter.
It's slightly short, yeah.
That's so funny.
It's almost like maybe a thing of their time, like...
Could be. People were definitely shorter back then.
Right.
But it could also be, you know, the age at which they were turned.
Also true.
Mm-hmm. Micah reassured Magdalena with a small smile. By now, the surprise of Magdalena's visit had begun to wear thin, and Micah had begun to feel a strange stirring in her breast. Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
Which was not fear nor anxiety. It had been in the beginning, but something softer and sweeter. It was hard to put a finger upon what it was exactly, but... You should pour yourself some tea, and quickly before it gets cold. That would be an awful waste. I think you will like today's blend. It's apple tea with a touch of honey. Fuck, that sounds so good.
That does sound good.
I only hope it isn't too sweet.
Oh no, it's fine. I like sweet food.
I know you do. You have the palate of a small child. Magdalena smiled, her cheeks dimpling despite her obvious exhaustion, and gestured to the teapot. Go on, drink, do. You need to preserve your strength.
Thank you. That is very thoughtful of you.
Micah reached for the teapot and began to pour. A stream of amber-colored liquid spilt from the spout of the pot and into her cup, all while exuding forth fragrant steam. The tea both looked and smelt delicious, as sweet and fresh as an orchard. Micah let her fingers curl about the handle of her cup, and slowly she brought it to her lips. She blew upon the surface of the apple tea to further cool it, then sipped. As she drank, she became aware of Magdalena's eyes affixed upon her own. Magdalena's gaze was steady and disconcertingly serious, despite her previous stream of prattle, as though meaning to commit Micah's every contour to memory. Hell yeah. Was she anxious that at any given moment Micah might disappear like the steam which unfurled from her teacup? The experience was not wholly pleasant, and it made Micah's skin prickle. Sweet though the tea was, Micah found she could not focus upon it, not when Magdalena's gaze was so doleful. Did Magdalena know something she did not? Perhaps there was a reason beyond her visit that cool, overcast Wednesday morning, beyond mere whimsy. Was today to be the final time Magdalena would serve Micah breakfast? The final time they would sit together and talk as though they were equals? Perhaps that night, Magdalena meant to end it all. The regular bloodletting sessions had left Micah feeling drained, and the inside of her arm stung horribly when she tried to sleep. Anxious thoughts festered inside Micah's head like mushrooms did in the dark, till they threatened to overwhelm her. The tea all of a sudden tasted too sweet upon her tongue, and she choked upon it. Oh, Micah. Magdalena started forth to rub Micah's back with her right hand, her fingers uncomfortably cold even through the fabric of Micah's nightgown. Are you all right? Here, let me help you. Magdalena patted Micah's back until her coughs had subsided, her expression one of concern, like that of a friend, or perhaps even a lover. Hell yeah. Micah could feel Magdalena's breath upon her cheek like a puff of Arctic air, devoid not just of warmth, but of life. As a being which had already died,
It seemed unlikely that Magdalena needed to breathe at all. She only continued to do so because she was accustomed to it, and maybe because she wished to cling on to some fragment of her long-lost humanity. It was all an act, though. She was a monster. Or was she? Ew.
Ooh.
Micah had never known a monster to be so kind before, or so considerate.
Thank you.
Micah murmured abashed as she set down her cup of half-drunk tea. She felt overwhelmed by her feelings for Magdalena and found she could not look at her hostess in the eye.
There's no need to thank me, dear. I brought you that tea as a token of kindness. I'd hate for you to choke upon it.
Magdalena giggled. Irreverent?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, as always. Her breezy chatter could not, however, hide how very tired she was. Magdalena reached one hand to her temple to brush back a few misplaced strands of her ashen hair. As she did, one of her sleeves rolled back. Once again, the corset ties... Girl, you need to fix those.
Yeah.
The corset ties which bound her wrists had come undone. Had she been too busy preparing breakfast to tighten them, Micah could see a large expanse of Magdalena's skin. Even more marks marred Magdalena's skin, marks which were deeper and angrier than the ones Micah had seen before out in the garden. These marks were accompanied with bruises, black and blue and green, which stippled Magdalena's skin from her wrist all the way down to her elbow. Her skin seemed like a canvas upon which a demented artist had worked, spattering paint here and there with no rhyme or reason. Vampires couldn't bleed, but they could bruise. They could be hurt, and perhaps they could even be broken. It was an uncomfortable sight which made Micah forget her own impending fate at once. How could she worry about herself when it was clear Magdalena was in so much pain?
Why, there are even more marks on your arm than before. What in the world is happening to you? That looks horribly painful.
How this?
Frowning grimly, Magdalena drew her sleeve back down and said,
It's an occupational hazard.
Girl, what occupation do you have? Then it is part of your job?
I gotta feed the creature in my attic. Magdalena nodded, a thin smile capturing her lips anew.
I'm glad you're so quick to catch on. It saves me the effort of explaining myself, which isn't something I care to do at the present. It's too early in the morning for it, and the story behind these bruises is not so very interesting. I'm accustomed to them.
Then this happens often?
More so than I would like, yes.
What? But that... You...
Micah's mouth opened and fell, as a fish might, yet no words came out. She did not know how to articulate her horror, nor what would be appropriate to say. How could Magdalena endure injuries such as this while smiling? She made it sound as though it was no issue, and perhaps being a vampire, these wounds hurt less than it appeared, but surely it must have been for her to receive quite that many marks?
I don't think that anybody should endure such a treatment, even if they are used to it. Familiarity doesn't make abuse any better, nor any easier to bear. In fact, I think it makes it even worse.
It's not always easy to bear, indeed. But why are you worrying about me, silly thing?
Hell yeah. There's a gap on your resume, just says bleeding for the entity. Care to explain?
That's so good.
So good. Bleeding for the entity.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My ex-girlfriend used to take my blood every night, and it went somewhere.
It's just fucking wild.
The interviewer is like, that didn't explain anything, but okay.
Right? It's like, I have more questions now. Like, it didn't clear up anything. Oh, cute.
Oh.
Smiling, Magdalena poked Micah's nose with the tip of her index finger. Worry about yourself first. I will be fine, no matter what misfortunes might befall me. I cannot say the same for you, though. You humans are awfully fragile.
Perhaps I am compared to you. But it seems you vampires are surprisingly fragile too.
Oh, get him.
Oh.
Magdalena, for all of her pomp, was not indestructible. Micah knew that now, to look upon Magdalena's bruises. Had the rest of her body been subjected to similar abuse? But for what cause? I don't know, can I see? Maybe we should take a look for science.
Take a look. Just remove a couple of layers.
Take a few layers off and just have a little look. The thought made Micah feel sick. The scent of the apple tea, once so homey, now made her stomach churn. Micah had lost most of her appetite, but at Magdalena's bidding, she forced herself to eat. While aware she was being silly, for all she knew she might be dead come the setting of the sun, she did not want to let Magdalena down. It was clear that she had endured enough already. Several minutes passed, neither Micah nor Magdalena speaking, as Micah partook of her breakfast. She chewed her scones, which now tasted of wallpaper, and washed them down with sips of apple tea, which reminded her of washing up water. Damn. Once finished, her plate cleared of all save crumbs, teacup empty of all save dregs, Magdalena took the tray and set it upon her bedside table. There now, how do you feel? Refreshed, I hope?
Oh, yes, very.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, do you wish me to help you with your toilet? Wow. You can hardly sit abed all day in your night clothes. It's a pretty dress, certainly. It must be, being one of my own. But you can hardly wear it all the time. The fabric is much too flimsy. Hee 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 hee. Micah looked down at herself, bemused.
Do you mean to help me dress myself? No.
Oh my god. You promise? Oh. 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 Oh my god. So sad. Y'all can't see my face right now. If you wish, I might as well. I feel like pampering you today is all. And aren't you accustomed to this kind of thing? You must have had servants to help you dress growing up. Was that not Henny's job?
She did help me, yes. But you needn't trouble yourself on my behalf. I'm old enough to know how to dress myself.
Age does not factor into it when one is a lady. I feel awful that I've been treating you in so abysmal a manner. If I had a spare lady's maid to offer you, I would, but alas, my castle is quite deserted. Quite deserted, though Micah, save for Magdalena's mysterious mistress, but she did not comment upon this. Micah had no desire to make things awkward between herself and Magdalena, not when it had been several days since last they had spoken. She didn't want Magdalena to leave. But neither did she want Magdalena to act like a servant. It seemed beneath her.
I thought you were a lady once yourself. You shouldn't need to dress me.
Oh yes, that is true. But one gets tired, you know, of being a lady all the time. Oh. Oh. Whoa.
Please indulge.
Oh my god, please. I got 18 plus up top for a reason.
Literally.
Won't you let me indulge? I thought it might be fun to experiment, and I fear I'll not get an opportunity in the future.
Well, if you insist.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Hold on. Do I have to prepare my screen just in case? Just in case we get a little saucy here. Okay.
Capitulated?
Capitulated, I think.
Micah capitulated with a small sigh, but she was not truly upset. Oops. She was intrigued, rather, at the prospect of having Magdalena act as her servant. Intrigued and somewhat abashed. The thought of Magdalena's fingers lifting her nightgown, knuckles brushing against her bare arms, her back, her shoulders, was startlingly intimate, but not unpleasantly so.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Wow! Wow! Yippee!
Do with me what you will. I shall entrust myself to your capable hands.
Wait, hold on. I want to change up my face. I'm gonna change my face to a different image. Hold on. I have to have one more suitable.
Yeah.
Let's see what I have. I can do... Let's try this one. Yeah! Oh wait, I'm gonna have to flip it though. Oh shit, how do I flip canvas? It should be...
That's a good one.
Oh wait, no, definitely not that. Hold on. Gotta put that there. So many of me. There it is. Put to... Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then I move myself down.
Ooh,
excellent. Excellent. Don't have my crown on, but that's okay.
Still a queen to me.
Oh, thank you. There we go. Excellent. Perfect.
I love it.
Perfect. All right. Anyway, you didn't read this, did you?
I didn't.
Okay.
Do with me what you will. I shall entrust myself to your capable hands.
Oh yeah, sure, they're very capable.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Perfect. Okay. That is the answer I was hoping for, yes. Thank you for trusting me so, dear Micah. I promise I will take very good care of you.
Oh my god.
Whoa! Whoa, you promise? Whoa. Wait, I gotta move myself over just a little bit. There you go. Okay. I've been hoping to get my hands on you for a while now.
Now. Now, why do you make that sound so salacious?
My, do you really think it sounds salacious?
You know it does. You are doing this on purpose to make me blush.
And do you blush when your Henny helps you out of your night clothes and into your day dress, hmm?
No.
No.
No, but that isn't the same. Henny is Henny, whereas you are...
Yes.
Oh
my god! Magdalena took Micah's hand, then helped her stand, her red eyes glinting wickedly. Micah hadn't expected this, and she stumbled, but she never did hit the floor.
No.
Oh my god. Magdalena was there to catch her. Magdalena snaked one arm about Micah's waist and, pressing their bodies together, she softly said, "What am I exactly?"
You are you.
Now I feel like I'm a little too big. Hold on. Alright, I'm trying to find a good position for me. There we go. I am...
Impossible. If you mean to be my maid for the day, you are acting in a most impertinent manner.
Perhaps I am, but alas, it is not in my nature to be pertinent. One has to wonder what you were expecting.
I wonder myself. I must be going mad.
I can't blame you for that, my dear Micah, not when you have been imprisoned for as long as you have. I myself have often wondered whether I have not become similarly addled. And I have been entrapped far, far longer than you have. No. I do the same damn thing. It's like, let me sprinkle in a little bit of my trauma. Anyway. Yeah. Magdalena smiled, all brightness anew. Her smile, one which easily rivaled the weak, watery sunshine which crept in through the gaps in the drawn curtains. We have tarried too long. Let me first relieve you of your nightgown, my lady. Yeah! Whoa! Hold on. We gotta, I hope I don't have to censor anything, but we'll see. I hope it won't suddenly spring on me.
I kinda hope you do have to censor something.
Oh, maybe, yeah. So sorry. Just in case, chat, I'm gonna throw this up real quick. Maybe I can at least, do this for you for now so you can look at them. There you go. That should be fine. Sorry, Lena's so small though. You're just gonna see her eyes. Micah stood there, feeling very exposed as Magdalena moved to undress her. Her face reddened still at Magdalena's touch and the brushing of her fingertips, but still she stood there, pliant as an antique doll, as Magdalena slid her nightgown upwards. I hate being on this side of the stream. Let me see titties.
Now you know how I feel.
It's like when we play with cat boys.
Yeah, literally.
Oh my god. Whoa. Micah's nightgown, which was long, was lifted above her knees, her thighs, then her chest, and finally her head. Whoop. Magdalena cast the flimsy garment aside with a deft movement, though she was careful not to crease it. Folding the gown with experienced hands, in a manner comparable to Henny's, she set it aside and stood back to examine Micah. Ooh. Goodness me, you really are lovely. Ah! Chemise!
Oh.
Micah was not yet wholly naked. She wore a chemise beneath her nightgown, which was eggshell white and shapeless, but she felt naked nonetheless, exposed before Magdalena's wandering eyes. Henny had often helped Micah dress and undress, and while Henny had been prone to complimenting her mistress, her eyes had never wandered thus. Oh, are you sure? Magdalena's irises were burning, and Micah too began to shiver. These shivers only increased further still as Magdalena drew in, her fingers seeking out the buttons which rang up. We are undressing. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
With her fingers seeking out the buttons which rang. Sorry, I'm nervous. Rang along the front of her chemise. Now, why don't you let me take care of this? It's fiddly work, but I don't mind. I don't much mind. It is well worth it to spend more time with you like this. I know I tease a lot, but I'm being serious when I tell you this, my dear Micah.
I really did miss spending time with you.
Wow.
Okay. No longer censored. We're good. We're okay. It was just a lovely little moment.
You didn't miss anything, don't worry.
Once Micah was fully dressed and her hair neatly brushed, Magdalena suggested that they go for another walk in the garden, as they had earlier in the week.
No, go back. We're okay. We're all good.
Micah, who had been shut up in her room since their brief excursion, agreed swiftly. She had begun to fear, cloistered away as she was, that she might never feel the sunlight upon her cheeks again. Not that there was all that much sunlight to be had, the day being so gray and gloomy. The sun was largely concealed by clouds, its rays tempered by a cool breeze which snaked down the nape of Micah's neck and back of her dress. Micah shuddered upon standing outdoors, goose flesh rippling across her arms. While it was not a pleasant day by any stretch of the imagination, at least it wasn't raining, not like last time. That was something to be thankful for. Micah supposed it was on account of the general unpleasantness and the malaise which hung in the air that Magdalena had suggested they go outside at all. Had it been a bright, sunny sort of day, it seemed unlikely that she would have been able to endure it, even with the aid of her wide-brimmed hat. Like a little lord. Magdalena and Micah strolled about the garden together for a few minutes, the only sound that of their footsteps as they depressed the tall grass beneath them. These overlong fronds of grass brushed against Micah's ankles, all studded with morning dew, dampening Micah's socks so she shivered further still. Cupid's lichen-spotted remains looked every bit as grim as Micah recalled, and the fountain itself looked very dull when framed by the cloudy, monotone sky. The whole garden was gray, really. The grass and the dirt and the wildflowers, save for the violet, riotous explosion of bright red offered by Magdalena's favorite roses.
Yeah, woo! I love this art.
It's so pretty.
So pretty.
It was by these roses Magdalena paused, as she had during their last walk, and with a small smile she reached to caress one of the monstrously large roses with the tips of her fingers.
I always forget how pretty these roses are. I barely ever had cause to see them during the daylight. My kind is not known for our affinity to the sun. It does make one forget, however, how lovely the world can look when it isn't smothered in perpetual darkness. I'm starting to feel like I've been missing out. Though humans like you, I suppose, take the daylight for granted.
Magdalena glanced over her shoulder, her red eyes finding Micah's, and smiled wanly. This is how the world has always been for you. You live in a world of warmth and brightness, where everything is bathed in color. Another you. You have no idea how fortunate you are. Oops.
My days weren't as bright as you might imagine. I didn't spend my days frolicking outdoors in the sunlight, if that is what you were thinking. My mother never would have approved.
Cursed mother.
There was little she did approve of, in fact.
Was she a stern disciplinarian then?
I can imagine nobody stricter. She was my mother, and I suppose she was looking after my best interests. I know she loved me, and I loved her. But sometimes I think I resented her.
Micah exhaled, feeling lightheaded suddenly at her own confession. She had never spoke of her feelings about her mother to anybody before, not quite this earnestly. Annie knew Micah's feelings toward her mother were cool beyond the veneer of cordiality she extended to the Von Essen matriarch, but Micah had never once spoken of her bitterness, her anger, or her hurt. She had kept these ugly feelings buried deep inside her, keenly aware of how ungrateful her complaints must have sounded to a woman like Annie. What did Micah have to complain of when her family was genteel and she lived in a sprawling manor house? Micah had thought it churlish to bemoan her lot in life. Others were suffering more than she. Children were abandoned on the streets every day by penniless mothers unable to care for them, or else sold into service. And yet, Micah had possessed all a young woman could ever ask for, but she had not been truly happy. Her mother had seen to that. Part of Micah hated herself for her unfilial feelings. She had been unable to help them. Here, we don't gotta play the Pain Olympics, Micah.
Maya.
We don't gotta play the Pain Olympics. Everybody has their own versions of suffering, you know? Obviously some more than others, definitely, but it's still like, if you feel hurt, you feel hurt, and your feelings are valid.
There's no point in comparing.
Yeah. The vocabulary in this game is insane. I love learning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm good with a lot of words, but then some of them just hit me out of nowhere, and I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
She had been harboring these feelings for such a long time. She could no longer remain quiet.
My mother thought of herself as being a very grand and noble lady, but this came at the expense of how she regarded everybody else. She was cruel to the servants. She would snap at them for the smallest of misdemeanors, and she often threatened to fire them, though she knew many of them needed the employment. They needed our money. Not that we had much of that. It was all for show. That was another thing that rankled my mother. She liked to act... yeah. She liked to act as though she was untouchable, but she was more aware than most of our precarious finances.
Add that to the dictionary. Rankled.
I like rankled. It's a good one.
It's a good word.
I think that was why she was so obsessed with appearances. We had little else to cling to. It was she who devised my wedding to Walter Gerhardt. I think she saw it as an opportunity to claw back to some of our past wealth and our past prestige. She did not care that I disliked him. When I told her of my feelings, she told me that I was being selfish. She said that if I truly cared for her and for my family, I would obey. I tried to protest. How was I being selfish? I had always done what she asked, but she didn't like that very much. My mother rarely liked what I did, but she liked it even less when I tried to stand my ground.
Damn.
I say tried, because it didn't work. She slapped me as though I was a naughty girl, though I was over 20 at the time. She cut my cheek with one of her many expensive rings, which she refused to pawn no matter how dire our straits were. She would rather sell me off than her rings, or her brooches, or her fur coats. Then she sent me to my room in disgrace. I spent most of my days in my room, staring out at my bedroom window, dreaming of escape. Maybe that's why I'm so good at sitting inside, my head bowed, like a good little prisoner. I have a good deal of practice. You could say that I perfected the art. Though I was never able to improve my skills at embroidery, no matter how much time I whiled away indoors. I've never been able to become the accomplished lady my mother desired, despite her needling. I've always been lacking. I was too flighty, too stubborn, too thoughtless. My mother often said I was a poor daughter, but in those respects, I think I was quite a lot like her. I made a perfect Von Essen, at the very least.
Damn.
Damn.
You poor thing.
Magdalena sighed once Micah had finished her missive, her red eyes shadowy from beneath the rim of her hat.
It sounds as though you have suffered too. I had not known. Forgive me for speaking so carelessly about your lot in life. It is a bad habit of mine to act like a know-it-all when I understand very little. I used to be scolded for that myself when I was a human.
Did you often get into arguments with your mother?
Not my mother, no. I really had cause to speak to her, but I had a figure in my life quite like your own, Lady Vornison. She thought she was very righteous, but she used her righteousness as a weapon. It was an excuse to be as cruel as she wished to those she considered beneath her. It was frightening when my home was sacked, but I was not at all upset when she passed away. She deserved it.
Magdalena pulled a face and sighed. Now, why am I speaking of such a dreary a subject? I wanted to come out here to cheer myself up. All this melancholia rather defeats the purpose.
I'm sorry.
Now it was Micah's turn to apologize. Abashed, she bowed her head while brushing a strand of hair behind the shell of her ear.
I just thought... I don't know. I've not been able to speak about my mother to anybody before, so when I started, I couldn't stop. The words all came tumbling out. It was improper of me, and unfair too. My poor mother has not yet been dead a full month. I feel like I should at least wait a year before beginning to slander her. That sounds like standard protocol.
Real.
Oh, don't worry your pretty little head about that. I'm glad that you entrust me enough to open up to me, particularly on a matter so personal. I only worry I won't be able to offer an appropriate response in return.
Oh, me too. I'm still dreadfully tired, you see.
Yes, I can see that.
Magdalena looked wearier than she had during their first stroll about the garden, when she had fallen asleep on Micah's shoulder. Magdalena seemed so tired, in fact. It was a wonder she was even able to remain upright. Her left hand quivered when she reached to brush her fingertips to her favorite roses.
Have you not been sleeping very much this week?
If I was, I would be abed right now inside my chamber. But there can be no rest for the wicked. Is that how the saying goes?
It's a popular adage, yes. I don't know if you're wholly wicked, though.
Oh?
Oh?
Only partially, then.
I don't think anybody in this world is fully good or bad. We're complicated creatures, even vampires. Maybe I thought you were a cruel monster at first, but I think my initial opinion was unfair.
Really?
Magdalena smiled, her red eyes mischievous even despite her evident exhaustion.
I'm glad you've since changed your tune, though I do have to wonder why that is. I hope you don't pity me.
I feel worried for you, maybe. I don't know if that's the same thing as pity.
Such feelings are cut from the same cloth. As a vampire, I've no need to court the concerns of humans. You are lowly creatures, far beneath me in the pecking order. Hard to find your worry insulting, really, but... Oh, music stop.
Oh.
Magdalena looked now to her feet, uncommonly abashed. She cleared her throat. Had she been a human, Micah wondered whether she would have blushed, and said, "It has been a long while since anybody worried about me. I had almost forgotten what it felt like. It's not entirely unpleasant, I suppose. But I do wish you wouldn't."
And why is that?
Your sympathy is wasted upon me. I don't deserve it.
Yes! I love this! I love this! I'm just so full of zest.
That is true. We all have good and bad within us, even monsters. I did kidnap you, and I am holding you a prisoner. I've inflicted almost a dozen wounds upon your poor arm, and I've taken a lot of your blood. I'm making you suffer. You have no reason at all to worry about me. You want to hate me instead. It's what I deserve.
You say that, and you would be correct to do so, but...
Micah took a step forward, depressing the scrubby grass beneath her soles, and examined Magdalena a few inches away from the protective lip of her parasol. Magdalena was still looking to the ground, her eyes obscured in shadows. She was shivering, but Micah did not think this was from the cold. She did not think a vampire like Magdalena could feel the cold.
I don't think you really wish to hurt me. Not for the sake of it, at least.
And what makes you think that?
You do. You always look apologetic when you take my blood. And a few days prior, you said as much yourself. Aren't you doing this for your mistress's sake?
Whoa.
Ah, yes, my mistress. You would be right on that score. I would not be doing this, any of this, if I had a choice in the matter. But my wants are irrelevant. My mistress is hungry, ravenous even, and she has a tendency to violence when I cannot satisfy her. I've been doing her bidding for many years, and I don't believe I've ever once been able to make her happy. I don't know if she is capable of feeling such an emotion. She is a selfish creature. She always demands more from me. I know she cannot help herself. She has her own extenuating circumstances, but it does get wearisome, being forever at the beck and call of a tempestuous being like that, even during my afterlife.
Tempestuous.
Tempestuous. It's a good word.
It is!
I had hoped as a vampire I might be able to do what I wish for a change, but fate has not been kind to me. If God does exist, which I doubt, he must surely be laughing at my plight.
I am sure he wouldn't. I know that I don't think any of this is funny, not in the slightest.
Well, thank you, Micah. It's very nice.
Well, you wouldn't. You're rather too kind to laugh at the misfortune of others. I sometimes fear my own suffering has been so egregious, however, I feel like laughing at it myself. And I do not wish to cry, of course.
Magdalena paused, then frowned. She shook her head once more, her eyes darkening, and said,
Listen to me talking so much. I must sound awfully tedious.
I don't think so. I'm happy to learn more about you.
don't worry, Magdalena, I do the same fucking thing. Where I'm just like, God, I've been talking too much. Anyway, don't worry about all that.
Even though I will kill you one day?
Even so.
Ooh.
You don't hate me?
Not at all.
Ah, yes. I suppose you're too busy worrying about me for that, sweet girl that you are. Stupid thing.
Magdalena scuffed the ground once more, agitated, then looked at Micah with intense eyes.
Oh, this is so unfair. Oh! I didn't mean to grow as attached to you as I have, but it is too late to worry about that. I like talking to you and walking with you. You've brightened up my dreary home considerably. I even like cooking for you, to watch you eat and brewing you tea every morning. I have no desire to kill you, but I fear I must if my mistress is to be satiated. I've been searching the forest these last few nights, hoping I might find some stray thieves or bandits I might offer to my mistress in your stead, but I've yet to find so much as a single vagrant.
Magdalena.
Micah blinked, and probably touched by this proclamation. She's like, oh, you would offer another sacrifice except for me? You want to find different people to feed to your vampire pet? Oh. Wow. I'm so touched. You would offer another bloody carcass to the thing in your attic? Wow. I suppose it should have been a nerve. Yeah, it should have been a nerve. Magdalena had been searching for fresh victims in her stead. But she had spent enough time with Magdalena that such senses had been blunted. It was foolhardy to regard Magdalena as she would a human. Magdalena might have looked as she did, though paler, but her morals were skewed towards those of the undead. To her, humans must have looked like cattle. Hot. She ought not to have cared for Mike at all, but she still did. She didn't want her to die. It was a sweet sentiment, if nothing else.
Have you really been toiling that hard for my sake?
For me? For me? There's like a little PN face, like, oh, for me. I have indeed, like a blasted ox, or perhaps a mad woman. Who's to say? Maybe I have gone mad. I must have to care for a human this much. To such a degree I am losing sleep. All for your sake. Huh. Yeah, exactly. Magdalena laughed without humor. Her lips curled into a grim facsimile of a smile. Do you ever have a thing where you like read a word and you read it like a little too literally? So it's like for facsimile, I read it as like facsimile. Or if I look at
sometimes, yeah.
If I'm like looking at the word rendezvous, I'm like rendezvous.
It's I like specifically like the word mischievous earlier.
Mischievous?
I like finding out who pronounces it mischievous and who pronounces it mischievous.
Yeah. I say mischievous.
I've always been a mischievous.
Fascinating.
I know.
I don't know which one's correct.
It's technically mischievous because there's no I after the V.
Oh. Well, I think it's too ingrained in my dialogue.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, absolutely. That's one of those that's just like...
whatever.
It could be either or, really. Everybody knows what you're saying.
Or it's like if you say like futile or futile.
Yeah.
I also say cheevious.
Cheevious?
Oh, epitome. Yeah, epitome.
Epitome.
Yes, I will always read it.
Epitome.
Yeah, I will. Well, that's how you're supposed to say it.
Right.
If you're not supposed to say epitome because that's definitely not correct.
I think Relly pronounces it epitome.
That's so fucking funny.
Yeah.
But it's the epitome. But yeah, that's the definitely one where I read it. I was like epitome. That's not how you say it. Macabre.
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 There's no.
Yeah. Epitome is a big one though.
Macabre.
Yes, macabre. There was another one that's prevalent, but I can't think of what it is right now. But yeah, it's like that. Mischievous is definitely one.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably say that till I die. I know there's another notable one, but I can't think of what it is right now. Macabre.
Macabre.
Me when my boy Mac is doing something.
Me when McDonald's gets my order wrong.
Mac, bruh.
Mac, bruh.
Magdalena laughed without humor. Oh, yes, I read this. Now do you understand what I meant when I said God would laugh at me? I've been toiling for your sake, but it's all been in vain. I have nothing to offer my mistress save myself, and my blood ceased to flow a long time ago. I can only bleed if I've recently fed. If I do not, then what runs through my veins might very well be made of ash. Look.
We're learning.
Magdalena removed one of her gloves with an artful flourish, then reached out once more for the rose bushes. This time, however, she did not caress any of the flowers. Instead, she seized one of the slender stems between her fingers, all thorns, and gripped tightly. These thorns would have lacerated a normal person's flesh, bringing forth bright red blood. When Magdalena drew away, however, there were only a few droplets of crimson streaking her palms. Far less than Micah would have expected. Though her skin had been punctured from the rose's thorns, she appeared otherwise unharmed. Though she could bleed, she did not bleed as freely as normal human. It must have been something she had given up many, many years ago. I don't remember which vampire lore it is. I don't remember if this was like a supernatural thing or like a Buffy thing. It was like how it showcased like vampires literally, it would be like all like dust on their insides. I don't remember which media it was from. It's definitely in Interview with a Vampire that like once they meet the sun, they get turned to stone and then they just like kind of crumple to ash. Interesting, fascinating. I just love thinking about vampire lore. I really am a monster. I've no need for your sympathy, Micah. If you show me too much kindness, you'll poison me. Ash, baby. I don't deserve it.
Magdalena.
Y'all should kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Micah murmured the other woman's name, but it did not sound right upon her tongue. There were too many syllables. There were too many syllables, which seemed to put between them an uncomfortable amount of distance. Micah paused, then tried anew, fingers reaching to cup Magdalena's own scarred ones.
No. Lena.
Micah?
Oh my god! Oh!
Micah looked into Magdalena's red eyes, which seemed uncommonly beautiful, then said,
I don't hate you, Lena. No matter how much you might wish I did. How could I, when you've confided in me so much in me? I know you do not mean to hurt me, even if you do. And that, I think, is enough for me to forgive you.
But if you stay with me, I will kill you.
And if I'd married her, he would have killed me too, albeit in a slower, more indirect manner.
Damn.
My mother was likewise killing me slowly, by keeping me shut up inside, with little to distract me save that awful embroidery hoop.
He's like, God, she hates this
Always
fucking
the damn
embroidery.
She hurt me every day, in all manner of insidious ways, and she was supposed to be my mother. She should have put my own needs first, above all else, but she never did. I don't know if she was fully aware of how much she hurt me, but if she was, she never apologized. She was my own flesh and blood, but I don't think she understood me half as well as you do.
Oh!
At least you seem to care.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't deny that. I do care. More than I should. I care so much, I fear I might go insane.
You aren't the only You aren't the only one. I must be insane too, to care so much about a woman who means to kill me.
That's so hot.
Yeah. But I can't help how I feel.
Oh my god, we should kiss about it.
Absolutely.
Oh.
I've never had much of a life, and I've had few in the way of friends. I understand how you feel, having been shut away inside this house for so many years. I've also been horribly lonely, but I'm less lonely now that I've met you. While part of me wishes it had occurred under better circumstances, I really am glad I met you, so please don't feel guilty.
Oh my god.
I won't hate you, even if you kill me.
Hell yeah! That's a good fucking line!
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I might thank you for it, even. If you weren't the one holding the knife to my arm, then it would probably have been me, and I don't much want to bring my own life to an end.
Wow.
I'm too cowardly for that, and I don't much like the pain. I'd rather you do it.
Wow. 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 Damn.
Yeah.
Oh.
I have so many feelings in my body.
Me too. I need to breathe for a second.
Oh,
Oh my god, I love that. I love the symbology of it all too.
yes. Oh my god.
I want it because it's like, to her, it's like Lena is like somebody who has given her a new life. So it
Yes.
feels right to her that it's like, you gave me something new and something to live for. So I don't particularly mind if you're also the one to end it.
Right.
Because at least
Like-
it's you and I'm not dying from like
Or it's like, even
monotony.
if I
Mhm.
either way I was going to die, I'd rather enjoy the time that I have, and I'm
Mhm.
enjoying it with you.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Sobbing, crying, cheering.
oh, to be loved so tenderly.
Oh, to be loved by your maker, your undoer. Oh, yeah.
That way, at least my own conscience will be cleared. And when I do die, I might be able to go to heaven.
Wow. Oh, yeah, back in my beautiful Vogue pose. It wasn't until later that night that Magdalena paid a second visit to Micah's bedchamber, carrying with her a ceramic bowl and a sharp-bladed knife. Micah had been lying abed when Magdalena arrived, attired in her nightgown. It was late enough that she had wondered whether Magdalena had forgotten about their nightly ritual, but evidently not. Micah had endured these sessions with Magdalena numerous times, now knew what to expect from them. Magdalena did not even need to ask Micah to present the inside of her arm this time. Micah did so without complaint, but she still winced when Magdalena pressed the blade of the knife against her flesh. "I'm sorry," Magdalena said softly, so softly Micah could have feigned deafness if she had wished, while steadying her hand. "I do not wish to hurt you. Oh, I know my apologies mean very little. I cannot undo the pain that I am making you feel. They are utterly pointless." Magdalena's expression twisted as she collected Micah's blood, her fingers trembling all the while. Micah's blood soon stained the ceramic, bright enough to be garish during the otherwise understated night. Magdalena must have cut more deeply this time, because her wound burned more intensely, and her blood spilled more freely. During their other sessions, Micah's blood would emerge almost shyly, a few anxious drops forming about the thin hairline cuts Magdalena inflicted upon her. It was not so tonight, however. There was so much blood, Micah's bedroom began to stink of it. The stench of blood combated with other unpleasant odors. There's another you Micah often had to contend with. Those of dust and mold, and then mold in the you until it was all Micah could smell. It's all I see.
Oh no.
Who smells mold that way? British people. She could taste it too in the back of her throat when she swallowed. The air seemed to have taken on the tang of copper. Micah's wound stung as Magdalena squeezed it, freeing yet more blood from within her. Micah winced and bit the inside of her cheek in an attempt to stop herself from gasping. She did not want to cry out, not when Magdalena looked so tense already. She did not want Magdalena to feel guilty about hurting her. But surely that was foolish. Magdalena, as their tormentor, ought to have felt guilty about the pain which she was inflicting upon Micah. Micah had no obligation to worry about Magdalena's feelings, whatever they may have been, and yet... All right, I think that ought to be enough. Magdalena took a handkerchief from her pocket and dabbed at Micah's wound. The lukewarm water against her skin stung, and Micah had to bite the inside of her cheek again, harder this time, to stop another encroaching sound of distress. Micah counted to 3 inside her head, trying to soothe herself before she spoke.
Lena,
What is it?
I just wanted to tell you. Oh,
She's sleepy. Micah yawned, then leant back against her pillow. Magdalena was still dabbing at her arm and at her wound, but all of a sudden, Micah felt too drained to remain upright. All of her strength had voided her body, leaving her an empty shell.
Get her some orange slices.
She always felt exhausted after having her blood drained. This exhaustion settled upon her even more heavily tonight. Micah's arms and legs felt leadened, her fingers and toes quite numb. She could barely curl them, though she tried. Her breathing was regular at least, but shallow, and still the air tasted of blood. Micah might have felt terrible, but she did not blame Magdalena for her plight. If anything, she pitied her.
thank you.
Micah spoke softly, her eyes fixed upon Magdalena's, unblinking despite her fatigue. What? Magdalena drew back, clutching her blood-spattered handkerchief in one hand, and frowned.
What could you possibly have to thank me for? Don't tell me I've taken so much blood your thoughts are growing addled.
Perhaps they are, somewhat. But I'm not so confused I don't understand my own feelings. I know that you are being as considerate as you can be, given the circumstances.
Considerate?
Magdalena laughed, though it was without humor.
And I know that you don't mean to hurt me. You're trying to console me as best you can, aren't you?
I'm trying, yes, but...
No, Micah.
Magdalena gripped the handkerchief hard, crumpling it in her right fist. It was still damp with Micah's blood, not that there was much of it. Magdalena had been thorough in emptying Micah's vein into her bowl. The little blood which did stain Magdalena's handkerchief, however, soon stained Magdalena's palm in turn, stippling her dark glove burgundy.
How can you say that to me? Do you mean to hurt me?
What? No, I would never.
Yes, I know you would never.
You are a good, kind woman, unlike myself. You are so very kind, in fact. You would seek to sympathize with a monster like me. I am hurting you. Surely you must be able to feel it. But still, you place my feelings over your own. I don't understand how you can do it. How can you bear to thank me, after all I've done to you? I didn't know you better. I think you were trying to make me feel guilty.
Oh, Lena. I've no desire to make you feel guilty. It would be a pointless enterprise. Why would I bother when I can see that you feel guilty already?
Magdalena stiffened at this. She pocketed her bloodied handkerchief, perhaps to stop her anxious hands from rending it in two, then frowned.
Yes, you are quite right. I do feel guilty about this. Yet I fail to see what that will feasibly accomplish. My guilt hasn't stopped me from hurting you. It's a worthless emotion that exists only to satisfy my own ego. I like to believe I'm not wicked, so I cling to my guilt. It proves, at least in some sense, that I still have a sense of ethics, that I'm still a human, at least in part. But no ordinary human being would inflict suffering like this upon another. It's all posturing.
I don't think it is. How can you be posturing when you are being so sincere?
Kill me, I love the self-deprecating monster. Oh. Maybe I am, but what does it matter?
It matters to me. I would hate you if you gleaned any enjoyment from treating me like this. But I can see that you don't. This is hurting you too.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
In fact, I think it hurts you more than it does me. I don't know all the particulars, but you wouldn't be doing this if you had a choice.
Micah took Magdalena's hand in her own, and squeezing it, she said in an imploring voice,
Is that right?
Is that what you think?
Magdalena sighed wretchedly, but did not try to pull away from Micah. Instead, she leant in.
Yes, she squeezed Micah's hand in turn before elaborating. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Micah, but I'm not the hopeless victim you seem to believe. I do have a choice in this. I always have. It is my own foolish fault that I choose, and continue to choose, a poor one.
I don't have to hurt you. I don't have to do anything.
If I wanted, I could wash my hands of this farce and move far away, put all this bloodshed behind me, but...
You can't, though you say you could. You have your mistress to worry about.
Indeed I do. While I could leave her, I would not wish to. She would be hopeless without me. She can't look after herself. She needs somebody to sustain her. I just so happen to be that unfortunate somebody. I procure victims for her, and I keep her fed. But I'm afraid it is not enough for her. I think I might even be afraid of her. Oh God.
Magdalena's expression twisted.
I must sound so pathetic.
Micah thought of the lurid marks she had seen on Magdalena's arms, a riot of red circles like full-headed flowers, and winced in sympathy with her.
I don't think you're pathetic, Lena. I think you've been trying very, very hard for a very, very long time.
Oh, fuck. Oh.
And I think you need somebody to console you. Perhaps I'm wrong to feel this way, and perhaps I'm being presumptuous. You can scold me if you want, and I'll relent. But Lena...
No longer alone is the achievement I got. Oh.
Look at that peacock on her cape.
I know.
So cool. Oh my God.
Ugh.
I love this art.
It's so gorgeous.
Oh, baby. So pretty.
Overwhelmed with sympathy, Micah leant in and wound her arms about Magdalena.
You aren't alone. You have me. You can talk to me. If something is the matter, I would like to help you. I care about you, and I don't want to see you so upset.
Micah. Oh, Micah. Hey, I'm crying.
Magdalena sniffled, her eyelashes trembling. Her shoulders began to relax, her body draining of tension. But even as it did, she murmured, "You don't have to pity me. I've no need of the sympathies of a mere human. Particularly not when said human is one of my victims. You should be cowering away from me, but holding me even closer."
Maybe I should. But as my mother always said, I've never known what's best for me. That's why she arranged my life for me, down to the smallest detail. Now that she is no more, I think I ought to do what I want for a change. I'm tired of listening to other people.
You won't even listen to me.
I will, if you wish me to. You can push me away if you like. But I thought it might help.
I don't know if there's anything you can do to help me, Micah. You or anybody else. The only person who can help me is me. Magdalena sighed. I also tell you to keep your distance, and yet...
And yet?
It has been a long time since I was last embraced. It feels very nostalgic. Relenting, Magdalena leant forth and rested her own chin upon Micah's chest, wherein her heart continued to beat. I can't believe this. I'm seeking solace in the arms of a human of all things. I thought I was stronger than this.
You are strong. You must be. To have endured so very much for so very long. All alone. But everybody has their limits.
I'll actually start crying.
Yeah.
Yes, you might be right about that. I think I've hit my limit a good while ago. I've been trying to soldier on. The mistress needs me after all, but... Oh God. I can't even cry, but I'm still shaking. What's the matter with me? I must look utterly foolish.
I already told you, you are.
I'll actually cry right now. Are you sure?
Well, maybe a little.
Micah laughed softly, which procured from Magdalena an offended, "Hey!"
But I don't like you any less for it. In fact, I think I might like you even more. It's nice to know there are more sides of you than meets the eye. I knew there was more to you than the aloof, dignified vampire you first showed me. You might not be human, but I don't think your feelings are so different from mine.
Oh, if only. Oh, kiss. Magdalena drew back from Micah, though still her arms were looped around the other woman. Holding her close, she looked into Micah's face and said, "Okay." I was like, please. You're too kind, Micah. If you keep acting as you are, I'll have second or third thoughts about harming you further. You don't deserve any of this. I wish I could save you, but...
It's fine. You saved me once before, remember? If it weren't for your timely intervention, both Henny and I would have been slaughtered by those bandits. You saved me. How could...
Oh my God.
How could I not love you after that?
Micah. Magdalena's ruby red eyes widened and abashed she looked away. If I had the blood to blush, my face would be pink right now.
I'm not embarrassing you, am I?
You are horribly so. And you're perplexing me too.
You are a foolish girl, do you know that? Your sympathy towards me is unwarranted, not to mention all this cloying, sickly kindness. I'm drowning in it. The trust in me is going to get you killed one day. One day soon, in fact. It's killing you already.
I know, and I don't care.
You said that earlier when we were in the garden. But do you really mean that?
Every word. Right now, I only care about being with you.
Oh my god. Well, that is quite the proclamation. If I did not know any better, perhaps I would take it as a confession.
Perhaps I want you to take it like that.
Honestly.
Maybe. I know at the very least that I don't hate you.
Well, that's one. That's
Early
up,
pup.
you know.
I've grown quite fond of you, in fact.
How fond?
When we're together, my heart starts to beat harder, and, well, you might not be able to blush, but I can.
Yes, I can see that for myself. Oh my god. Magdalena's eyes trailed across the contours of Micah's face, marveling at how delicate her mouth was, how long her lashes, how flushed, like freshly picked primroses, her skin. What blood Magdalena had not drained from Micah seemed to be resting beneath the surface of her cheeks, warming them, heat exuding from her like that of a flickering flame. She's in lesbians with you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. She looked so very enticing. Magdalena hardly knew what she was doing, even as she pressed 2 fingers beneath Micah's chin. Raising her head thus, her eyes meeting once more, Magdalena said, "You really are an idiot. But if you wish..." So sad y'all can't see my face right now. But if you wish, you can be my idiot. For tonight, at least. I think that might, at least, make me happy. Oh, my Micah.
Yeah!
Wow,
Oh, this is so good.
oh my god. With all, oh my god, that is a lot of blood. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I was like, I knew she was like, it was like a good amount of blood, but I didn't think the bowl was that fucking big. That's a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Women! We did it, everybody! Women! Lesbians! Holy shit. Magdalena dipped her head, as though compelled by a powerful magnetism, and sought out Micah's mouth with her own. The cloak fell from her shoulders as she leant in, revealing just how slender Magdalena truly was, how delicate, as her palms found Micah's. Their fingers pressed together, their eyelids falling shut as they indulged in one another. Yeah! It was Micah's very first kiss, and it was not as her mother had designed with Walter Gerhard. Magdalena's lips were cold, as was her skin, and Micah shivered against her. The kiss was not what Micah had imagined over the years, when she had been sequestered away living inside her parents' old home. Many times, Micah had wondered what her first kiss might be like, had imagined ghostly scores of them as she lay in her bed at night looking out the window. Never before had a woman like Magdalena factored into Micah's fantasies,
with white skin and red eyes and a heart which did not beat. This was not at all what Micah had anticipated. It felt even better.
That's right.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You have to pull up the sensor screen. Hold on. How far are we going here? Micah, are you sure this is all right? Oh.
Lena.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Whoa.
All right. Y'all seen enough. Y'all seen enough. Y'all seen enough. You got none of this. You got none of this. None of this.
Wow.
Whoa. Hey, I remember this art.
I do too.
Luckily, hey, guess what, everybody? If you are in the Discord, you can see this image. Maybe not in full, but you can see kind of what happens. Join the Discord now to see the CG. If ever, just letting you know, if ever you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to read a line.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
I should be fine.
Okay, just letting you know. It's like when we go through Lamento and they start to say certain words and we're like, I can't read that. This is why we make a bunch of...
I have so little shame.
Yeah, me too. But yeah, it's only a matter of like, I have to consider what YouTube will allow. And
okay.
So YouTube won't allow us to be deliberately explicit, potentially, for like long periods, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
They're sensitive towards sounds, which we don't have to worry about for this. And sometimes it's sensitive towards words, but it's like, it really depends. Sometimes you get bonked for no reason. But I just think about what ASMRs get banned, and it's like, well, it's specifically like notable, like NSFW content, what I assume for longer periods of time, and also like very directly explicit is what they don't allow. We should be totally fine here, though.
Okay.
Because with the wording and the verbiage and what they use, and also how there's no dialogue, we should be fine.
Okay.
Micah sighed. The curve of her spine pressed to Magdalena's stomach as the other woman knelt behind her. Their kisses, though, because this reads, because this reads to me more like erotica and less like when I play Lamento and any Nitro game where it's just like, this is just gay porn. I mean, of course, it's always beautiful and wonderful and lovely.
Literature.
This is like, this is literature. This is erotica. And then I read Lamento and like, this is smut. So I believe we'll be totally fine for this.
It's literally the Yuri versus the Yaoi.
It's true. It's like, as ladies, we're more refined. Instead of burly, disgusting men. Their kisses, though they had begun in a chaste manner, had soon descended into something more fervent. They were fiery despite the cool chill of Magdalena's skin. Now Magdalena embraced Micah from behind. Her fingers slipped beneath the hem of Micah's nightgown to rest against the inside of her thigh. Yeah, this is great. This is great. We moved up from where the hand placement is, but I love this. The leg, the hand on the leg placement, the other hand placement, full view, great, lovely, beautiful, love it there, keep it there. It reminds me of the post. Wait, it was like hand on the titty, kiss your neck, hell yeah. Micah herself was positioned between Magdalena's thighs, her own legs spread. Ooh. She shivered with each of Magdalena's caresses, which grew more insistent as the seconds elapsed between them. Magdalena's fingers stroked her skin, her touch deceptively gentle for all the strength she possessed. Micah knew if Magdalena had willed it, she could have crushed the delicate bones which resided beneath her skin to powder. That's so hot. But though this knowledge should have perturbed her, it instead served only to make her shiver. Hell yeah, girl!
Yeah, same.
Hell yeah, girl! Hell yeah, girl! Micah felt quite at Magdalena's mercy, yet found she rather enjoyed it. Being a prisoner in Magdalena's arms was not such a terrible form of captivity. Well, it's not such a terrible form of captivity, really. Not compared to all else Micah had endured. Magdalena seemed to accept Micah for who she was. She accepted her unruliness and her ardor. Now she accepted her kisses, too. Yeah! Wow! Yeah! I hope she bites her. She's probably not going to, but I hope she does.
No, not with how little blood she has.
Oh
in
yeah,
her
she's been
body.
fucking drained, that's true.
Yeah.
It's okay, she can keep her hand on that titty. I think,
Exactly.
honestly, with YouTube standards, though, I probably could show this. I'm not going to, but I probably could, because it's not showing anything.
Teller said, huh, yeah, fuck y'all, chat.
Hey, hold on, I can give you this much. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But anyway. By all means.
Oh, Lena.
Micah's skin felt warm and flushed despite the coolness of the night and the breeze which whistled against her window panes, but she still continued to shake. She glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes meeting Magdalena's, and she was struck anew by how tenderly she had come to care for Magdalena. Micah tilted her chin upwards to better angle her lips against Magdalena's and pressed their mouths together once more. They kissed as they did so, Micah's hand found Magdalena's wrist, secreted beneath the folds of her nightgown. Oh my god. She gripped it, digits tightening about it, then pressed her fingers not against the inside of her upper thigh, but between them. Hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! See, because if we were playing Lamento right now, the words that we would be using would not be this flowery. They would be very direct. Which is great. Love it. I love it. Micah sighed at this close contact, her body twitching. Her body might have been flushed, but Magdalena's skin remained cool to the touch. Hold on. Sorry, that's another thing that I fucking love. Is in any time with vampire mortal sex, the contrasting body heat. I love it so much. There's so much symbology you can do there, and two, it's just beautiful in like the flavor text of it all.
Right.
So delightful. Micah might have thought her insensitive, had she not felt Magdalena's body stiffen at her ministrations. Just think how ministrations is a great word. It's just a word to be like, stuff's happening.
Yeah.
Wait, I gotta change my model. Hold on, my image. There we go. Okay. Excellent. Magdalena could not blush, but Micah was sure she would have done so had she the blood to do it.
Oh, hell yes.
Hold on.
Move it.
Get it out of here. Whoa, she looks great.
Oh my god.
Oh, I see their position
fantastic.
now. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm seeing, I'm understanding. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
This is gorgeous.
I know, this is so beautiful. This is what I mean by also that nightgown is doing nothing for you, Mike.
Absolutely nothing. Thank God.
Yeah, I know. It is so sheer. You can see like Lena's fingers through it. Like,
Yeah.
I swear. And also, Lena's the knee between her legs.
I know, don't get me started on the knee between the legs because I'm having a whole moment, okay? Like...
I'm having a whole moment. It's also, I love this position because it kind of looks like Lena's ear is Micah's ear. Yeah, and it looks so cute. She looks like a little elf.
It does, yeah.
Oh my god, this is so good. Anyway, sorry. Micah. Magdalena sighed her name breathless, though of course she did not need to breathe when their lips parted. Yeah, she could stay down there forever.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to imagine in my mind palace. In the Discord, you too can see the imagery. Looking down at Micah in her disheveled nightgown, which was pulled up above her thighs, she said, "This is all progressing very quickly. Even I've never done anything like this before, and I've lived for over a century. Are you sure you can bear with it?" Whoa!
I can do more than bear with it.
Wow, Micah!
Wow, Micah!
Damn, girl!
I want you to do it. I want you to touch me.
Oh my god! Wow!
Wow!
Holy shit, chat, we're getting crazy. Then do you want me to? With my fingers, I mean.
Yes, I do. I want you to feel me. Every inch of me, Lena. Please. I've always dreamed about doing something like this, I suppose. Just once in my life.
Oh my god. Oh, my, sorry, y'all. Whee! Whee! Something like this. Magdalena cocked her head to one side, her expression query. With a man, you mean? Or maybe.
No, not a man. I don't think I've ever much cared for them.
Hell yeah, girl!
Hell yeah!
Oh, fucking yeah! My head is spinning like I'm the one who's losing blood.
Literally.
So true. I don't think I've ever cared for them.
When I learned that I was to marry Ergerhart, it felt like a death sentence. But even if he had been the nicest man in all of Bavaria, I doubt I would have cared for him.
Oh shit.
I've never been able to relate to heroines in romance stories who fawn after mysterious strangers. I thought maybe I was naive or immature. But sometimes as I was lying in bed, my thoughts would wander, and then...
Micah sighed, her hips twitching.
I would think all sorts of things. Things no young lady is supposed to contemplate.
Magdalena exhaled, her own breath gliding across the nape of Micah's neck. Oh my god, Lena.
Lena.
About these contemplations of yours. It may be gauche to ask, though I suppose it's too late to worry about such matters now, but... See? They use, so much flowery language.
Literally.
And I'll be
it's
playing,
beautiful.
And I'll be playing Lamento, and they're like, cock now! Magdalena snaked her left arm about Micah's upper body, then pressed her fingers against Micah's trembling bosom. Gently, she began to stroke Micah through the fabric of her nightgown, while Micah shuddered, her breaths falling from her mouth now in gasps all broken. Were they all like this?
Yes.
The words they use aren't bad. You're just picky. No. I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm just saying that this in this, it's obviously they're trying to like skirt around being so direct in what they're talking about. Like, instead of them saying that like Lena is fondling her tit, they say like,
Said
they say
trembling bosom.
Yeah. A supple breast, if you would. Instead of just saying her tits. I'm not complaining. It's nice. It's lovely. Micah confessed, her voice quiet, her eyes squeezed shut. See, I thought it was how you don't like the word nipple. No, that's not what I'm talking about. And it's not that I don't like the word. I just think it's funny sometimes.
This is what I wanted not to be pawed at ineffectually by a man.
Oh, shit.
By someone like you.
I don't want to be, not to be pawed at ineffectually by a man. God damn, girl. So real.
Oh my god.
So true, girly.
Wow. No, I think it could only be you. Lena,
Yes, Micah.
I thought you were pretty from the moment I first set eyes upon you.
Yeah?
I was afraid of you, but I think a part of me wanted you too.
I never cared much for men, Micah, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dear Micah, my sweet little fool. Yeah. Magdalena continued to caress Micah's captive breast while her other hand shifted.
Girl, I get it.
Have you always been so enamored with your own death? Is that what excites you so about this whole enterprise?
No, it isn't a danger. Though I did, I suppose, used to climb a lot of trees in my childhood.
I love this conversation that they're having while this is happening.
Yeah.
Micah laughed softly, her chest trembling even as Magdalena stroked it, her fingertips rubbing it.
Yep, there it is! Fingertips rubbing against one of her nipples. We're back here again.
It's more that you're you, I suppose, and I like you. And it doesn't hurt that you're so pretty either. You seem soft, but I know you're hard.
I am.
I know you could hurt me if you wished, but I trust you not to.
Oh my god, sorry. Just like,
Yeah.
oh my god.
Ooh. Whoa.
The fact that you rather say nips pisses me off so bad. What's wrong with nipples? Nothing's wrong with them. I just think it's the double P makes it sound funny. Because I agree that if you say like areolas, that's too clinical. And so nipples is a perfectly fine word. I just think it's a funny word sometimes. It's not a bad word. Just has a funny sound. Anyway, he's so upset with me. Oh my god.
So sorry, Ami.
I trust you to keep me safe.
Really now. Magdalena frowned. That is quite the lapse in judgment on your part. I've done precious little to keep you safe thus far, my dear little fool. Why, you're no better than Red Riding Hood. Next you will look at my teeth and declare them sharp enough to eat you with.
I know that they are. I know that you could. But you won't.
And what makes you so certain of that?
You won't.
Softly, Micah smiled.
Because you care for me. I know that you're no wolf. Not really.
No, I'm not. You're right about that. I'm a vampire, not to be trusted. I'm a predator, Micah. My prey consists of silly little girls like you, with romantic notions. Girls who fall for my charms and then... Sighing, Magdalena dipped her head and pressed a kiss to the base of Micah's neck. While she kissed, taking care not to graze Micah's skin with her incisors. That's even more sexy, honestly.
Yeah.
She moved her hand upon Micah's bosom and her other hand beneath her gown. Her fingertips slid beneath Micah's undergarments to rub her more directly.
Oh.
The shock which coursed through Micah's body at this intimate contact was electrifying. Her back arched and whimpers spilled from her mouth, most incoherent.
Lena. Oh. Lena.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
I was like, you don't have to if you don't want to. Just let you know.
Literally, like,
Just letting you know, you don't have to.
I know I don't, but it adds to it. It just makes it like you can't not.
I'm so proud of you. Like, I would by myself alone. I'll be like totally fine, but I don't expect my guests to. So thank you so much.
Look, I'm blushing. Stop.
I mean, just as like a reader, I'm just like, yay!
I know.
My God. Magdalena sighed between her kisses, still stroking. My Micah. My adorable little fool. You're really very warm, you know? And awfully wet. You must have wanted this for a while. You're such a bad girl.
Yes. I am.
Wow! Wow! This dialogue is more crazy than the moaning.
Yeah.
If my mother knew of all the things I had imagined of lying in a bed at night, I think she would strike me.
We didn't get this crazy memento. Memento feels so much more normal compared to this. I'm just like, yeah, gay sex, whatever. Strike you. Magdalena raised an eyebrow. That seems awfully generous, given the draconian picture of her you painted. Are you sure she wouldn't disown you?
Perhaps she would. I've no way of knowing now. It's impossible to say. I doubt she'd be happy, though. I wasn't very happy about it myself. I was afraid at first of all these thoughts. I knew they weren't improper, so I never acted upon them, not that I could.
Do you think she would be homophobic?
I never had any friends my age, other than my dear Henny.
Girl, do not speak other women in this moment.
In this sacred hall right now. And Magdalena raised a brow in question, raining yet more kisses against the column of Micah's neck. Did you ever seek to satiate your curiosity with her?
With Hen?
God, I hope so. Micah might have been overwhelmed with Magdalena's caresses. She had not, but she had to snort at this regardless, her chest convulsing.
Oh no!
Damn. Fuck.
Good gracious, no. I would never even consider such a thing. How could I do that when I only ever regarded her as a friend?
Yeah, but what if, though? Oh,
I had no romantic feelings for her whatsoever.
yeah, but what if, though?
Like, what if...
I see. Magdalena smiled faintly. I'm more relieved to hear that than perhaps I ought to be. But if it wasn't Henrique for whom you've longed, who did you imagine during these lonely nights of yours, when your heart and your hands wandered?
It was nobody in particular. I didn't know who to imagine beyond characters in books, so I made things up.
Hell yeah.
I saw myself entwined with women, as we are now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. But I had no experience, and I didn't know what I was supposed to do. I thought it sinful, and I felt horribly ashamed about it.
Hell yeah.
I didn't want to admit I possessed such feelings, so I could never really enjoy it. It was all very sad.
Then your own techniques were unfulfilling?
And my own fantasies, too. The women I dreamed of were all apparitions, which could be blown away like so much smoke. They weren't real, not like you are. They didn't mean anything to me. It was all a fantasy.
They didn't mean anything, I swear.
This, however...
It feels better.
Much better. I like being with you more than I did alone, and that's why I wanted to do this. I don't want to die without being able to satisfy my desires.
See, the way I feel right now is how I'm also gonna feel playing Touch Starved.
Yeah.
And I don't think anything like this is gonna happen in it.
No.
Please, God, I hope so, but...
Oh, wouldn't that be
fantastic?
fantastic?
I don't think so, but... Fuck!
I thought they would never be answered, but now I'm with you.
Gotta bang it out one more time. That's fucking crazy.
I feel like I can truly be myself for once. Now I can finally be honest about what I want. I want to be touched. And I want to be loved. I know this isn't very ladylike, Lena, but oh gosh, I want you.
Micah. Magdalena paused at this address, her fingers stilling. With half-lidded eyes, she observed Micah, whose body was still pressed to her own, the curve of her spine slotting against her own ribcage. Micah's face was flushed and sweat was beginning to bead upon her exposed clavicle, the insides of her thighs. Micah's flesh, which Magdalena could feel in its excess beneath her fingers, was soft and supple. A sweet smell emanated from Micah's scalp, which seemed to counteract for a few moments the more overwhelming musk of decay which filled her bedchamber. The bed beneath Micah was an old worn thing, the sheets eaten away by decades of hungry insects, but the general squalor of their surroundings was no longer significant to Magdalena, not when she and Micah were together. Micah both looked and smelled truly delicious. She could not tear her eyes away from Micah. Then, Magdalena spoke softly, her lips still pressed to Micah's ear. You mean to offer yourself up to me? Take her to a nicer bed, please.
Is that not what I've been doing already? I want to give myself to you in my entirety. You can have me. All of me.
That seems awfully rash. Are you really sure you don't mind?
No, I don't. Not one bit.
And you won't regret it?
I would regret not doing more, I think.
Hell yeah.
But even if I should come to regret it, which I doubt, I would not have long to regret it regardless. I won't be alive for very long after all.
Ah, yes, that is true. Then, if you're certain.
Magdalena, sorry. Magdalena pressed another kiss to the inside of Micah's neck, and her fingers, once immobile, began to move anew.
I hope Henny and Direct take their time getting. Yeah, they got a week. Whoa!
Oh my god.
Whoa! Can I read this? I can read this. I'm like thinking, it's not from a shame standpoint, it's from a YouTube standpoint of if I can read this.
No, I know.
Yeah, I can read this. Me analyzing the shit out of the corners of the censor bar. Yeah, you're not seeing much, I promise.
She pressed her glove. Oh, and their gloved hands.
Yeah.
Everybody shut the fuck up right now.
She pressed her gloved digits first against Micah's opening, which was damp, and slid them inside her, slowly and painstakingly, saying as she did, "I might just have to take what you're offering me. I am a vampire after all, and we are very selfish creatures."
I have to check. Can I read? I can read this. Okay. I was like, hold on.
Magdalena moved her digits, smiling gently as she did. She shifted them in and out of Micah, spreading her open while Micah sighed. Yes, that's right. I'll drink in all your sighs, too. They're just as delicious as blood, if not more.
Thoughts are being thunk.
You look so delectable right now. I can't help myself.
I can't believe we almost didn't have this because of the 18 plus pack.
No, we would miss all of this.
All of this.
All because
we probably would have gotten the kiss and then like
and moved
that's
on.
it.
Yeah. Maybe like some notice that they did something.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. All because I had some fucking weird notification like turned off. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Magdalena drew her mouth along Micah's neck, impressing upon her skin a series of burning kisses. Kisses so intense they bruised. Just don't think too poorly of me, please. When we're finished, seems likely I'll leave you completely drained. But just remember later when you're lying abed exhausted that you did bring this upon yourself. It's a poor idea to tempt a vampire, Micah.
I feel like I'm about to pass out just listening to this. Yeah.
My dear, adorable little fool.
Fade to black? Yeah! Woohoo! She got finger blasted! Good for her!
I love how eloquently that was all written out and you just went, she got finger blasted.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for. Oh my god. That was great. That was a great time, everybody.
That was fantastic.
Good job. Good job. Good job, team, all around. I love this game. It's a good game. It's a great game. Do you have a time limit?
I do. We probably should be wrapping up soon.
I think this would be a good place to put on pause.
Yeah.
Okay. I will go ahead and sabe. Just because I also have to be up early.
Go. There we go.
Save.
Save. Go.
Oh, right. You guys can see now.
We're good. It's just Micah laying lovely in bed.
you know, that one like CG.
You know that one here, that one. Yeah, fingering. So okay, let me go. And wait, you are good now. Yes. Yes, there we go. Okay, and I will exit. Yes. Excellent. Oh god, you're left all alone. Hold on.
No.
I'm going. Where am I? There I am. Yippee!
And move behind you. There we go. Sorry about the PNG, everybody. My computer's probably just gonna need a hard restart and then we'll be good. Hey. Despite the scuff, we still had lesbian sex. Thank you, Miss
That's
Miller.
right, we did.
That's exactly what I'm here for. I'm sorry about all the scuff. I hope the lesbians made it better. That was great. That was great. Hold on. I can look at the extras real quick. Is it there? Can I see it? Can I see it? Is it in here? Oh, it is!
Whoa.
Scandalous. Yeah, we would have gotten a kiss and it would have faded to black.
I know.
Crazy. How do you feel?
So normal.
I'm so fucking normal right now. Sharing is caring. Maybe
I'm
if
gonna
you...
be like,
Mhm.
I'm gonna be like laying in bed later. And I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I sure did moan on screen like that.
You're just gonna be thinking about like, am I gonna regret this later?
Literally.
I'm
And
so
then I'm
proud of
also,
you.
and then I'm also thinking about all the normal content that I will be putting out,
Oh,
and
yeah,
I'm like,
that's right.
I hope the people that are showing up are not expecting anything.
I know. All of your content is centered towards like, yeah, let's play Harvest Moon.
Yeah, like, y'all wanna play a farming game?
Yippee! A little Stardew Valley. Oh look, we're just gonna plant some crops and everything's gonna be great.
Thank you so much. Yeah, because even the books that I plan to like be reading, because I want to do reading streams, are not.
Yeah. Well, guess what? This is what I'm here for. For
Exactly.
everybody who comes onto my streams to have some fun. We're gonna play some erotica. I knew what it was about the moment I started streaming. If the man tits in my PowerPoint presentation weren't clear enough to show you what I'm all about, then I don't know what else to do.
So true.
I'm gonna start having like Patreon streams, I guess, where we actually show content.
Ooh.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
We just no, never mind. I was gonna be like start a Patreon stream and then just play a legitimate hentai game.
God, oh my god.
I would.
I know you would. Oh, I absolutely know you would.
And I would love for people to join me. Because I think those, especially for those, it's so much more fun when you have more people with you.
Yeah.
It's like
it's so funny.
It's like in the old days where we all get it together and we like read a doujinshi or something.
Oh yeah.
In the good old days. And soon, Asito time! Soon! It's gonna be, we're putting Lamento on a little bit of a pause, but yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, I forgot. This is my last stream of the week. Next week, I'm taking Sunday off. I won't be here.
No more puppy.
No more Opie. I'm genuinely really sad about it. so genuine. I'm so sad. I love playing Okami so much.
Yeah.
No, I like ended the game and I was like, I genuinely don't know what to do with myself.
I love studying to your Okami stream.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you have the whole catalog is there. Please
So
feel
true.
free to listen. So we're gonna have a new game on new long, not visual novel on Sundays. What that's gonna be, you'll have to find out.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I have 2 ideas that I'm centering on. I honestly might switch them out like every other week. Like, Okami too soon, but not soon enough. I'm probably gonna do this thing one week and then the other one the next week, and then just keep flipping them. And then we'll continue to play Cage of Roses until we're done with it. Which I don't think we will have to skip Cage of Roses next week, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And I think the following week, because there's gonna be a week where I'm very busy and I think I'll be gone.
I completely understand.
But we'll let you know.
Just let me know.
Yes.
And
I'm
then we'll
glad
let
we
you
made it
guys
here.
know.
And we'll let you know. I will throw my schedule at you and you will see my plans.
That's right. That's usually how it works.
Yep. Thank you everybody for joining us today for a lovely round of Sesbian Lex. First we had Paygorn, now Sesbian Lex. It's been great.
We're having a great time.
It's been great.
Thank
All
you
right.
to Miss Teller for having me.
Thank you so much for your lovely voice acting. I appreciate it so much.
Oh yeah, and also if this was your first stream, please go watch the other ones. I'm introducing myself at the very end. Hi, I'm Doppler,
Oh,
pre-debut
shit.
streamer.
I keep doing this to you.
I just remembered. I was like, wait a second.
I completely fucking forgot. Yes, please introduce yourself.
But for real though, like if you're coming in on the third stream of this,
Oh.
then hopefully you've seen the other 2 and know who I am.
Yeah. Do this every damn time. I'm just so
It's okay.
I'm just so comfortable hanging out with you.
Yeah. Literally, we get in and we're like, we're ready for this.
Yeah,
Give
we're
it to
like,
us.
shut up! Get it! Start it now! Start it now!
Okay.
It's okay. I don't think Amoris has introduced himself ever. Well, yeah, kinda. I mean, I think on my regular streams, not really. Because it's just expected that he's usually with me, so I don't usually have him introduce himself. He's just like an accessory to my channel, right?
Yeah. Ami does stream with you a lot more often than I do, so I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah. So I'm like, if you don't know by now, I don't know.
at this point, if you know Teller and you don't know Ami, are you
Yeah.
really watching?
Exactly.
Fake fan.
Big fan. Smiles cutely. Do you want to introduce yourself if you didn't?
I did.
You did?
That
Okay,
was
cool.
yep.
Yeah. I'm so glad I have you pre-debut doing this with me right now.
Yeah.
Alright.
So,
Thank you so much for joining me, Doppy. I love you so much.
thank you. I love you.
And to you, all out there, if you want to see lesbian sex, you can look at the Discord where I have posted a picture of the CG. And you too can see with your eyes, or you can get the game and play through it, and make sure you get the 18 plus version and play through it up into this part.
Unless
Now-
you're not 18 plus,
Unless you're not 18 plus, then don't do
then
that.
don't do it.
But you can still play the game, just not the 18 plus version.
Exactly. That's how it works.
That's how it works.
Vampires for all the people. Sesbian Lex vampires, not for all the
Not
people.
for all the people. Anyway, I gotta go lay down and think about a lot of things.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Good night.
Alright, bye guys.
Bye.
Bye.